Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. Gabby Gaudette, Scott Hazelton. It's Saturday, right?
It is Saturday.
Okay, just making sure.
Today is Saturday.
Saturday, April 16th. We've got more stakes action in front of us. 3 stakes to be exact. The Giants Causeway, the Stone Street Lexington, and the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley.
The last stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby. This is the last race awarding points for the Kentucky Derby, but only
Stone Street Lexington, yep.
20 points.
Only 20. So they need some help to get in,
Yep.
perhaps, and we'll see. But it's a pretty competitive field. We'll be talking about that in just a bit. It's a perfect afternoon, a little on the cool side, but we'll take it right now here at Keeneland Racecourse. And was speaking to part of the track maintenance crew. They think that maybe this turf course can dry out over the course of the afternoon even further. So we'll see how that happens, or if that happens, moving up to race number 10, which is the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. So looking forward to it. A reminder today, this is our final day of this week. We don't race on Easter Sunday, so we'll take 3 days off and be back at it on Wednesday and come with 5 race days next week. But today, or before we get to today, let's take a look back at yesterday. And Ocean Road came with a furious run to pull off this victory. There she is coming in frame in the Qatar Racing Silks.
You can't even see her until very late. Then we'll move along to race 6, Mystic Night, or not yet. There we go, Mystic Night. I love this rail cam. I mean, it's such a cool shot. You get to follow the horses along. And this horse, you were mentioning yesterday, Scott, how big, imposing, how beautiful this horse is for trainer Chad Brown. And in fact, he will be selling in the April sale, hip number 61.
Yeah, he'll have an update, too, to that catalog page. There's Riffin, Tom Leach, long shot pick of the day, just holding on as Darien was coming on late. Wesley Ward smiling with Barbara Banke as Barbara Banke, Stone Street Stables will have their big day today with the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. And then Cheryl Spite was ridiculously good for Roger Atfield and Mr. Charles Fipke. Roger Atfield now has won this race more than any other trainer. And this, if you haven't seen the entire race from Jockey Cam, it's on Keeneland social media. You need to take a look back at it and watch the trip that Luis Saez carved out for this Grade 1 winner. I
know a lot of people were speaking about how good of a ride Fabian Prat put on Mason for Chad Brown, but nobody's giving Luis Saez credit for the absolute clinic that he put on yesterday afternoon. That was a brilliant ride. Congratulations to all the connections. Mr. Fipke was very, very excited, and rightly so yesterday.
Absolutely. Mr. Fipke knows how to have a good time, and we're glad that he was out here celebrating at Keeneland Racecourse, picking up a Grade 1 victory. And you pointed out how Roger Atfield had won this race, the Maker's Mark Mile, in the past with the Perfect Soul, who's the broodmare sire of this mare. And if you missed it yesterday, Roger Atfield said that Cheryl Spite is a better miler than Perfect Soul. So he's already gone down that path. And I really enjoyed that interview. That was fun to be able to spend that brief amount of time with Roger Atfield.
I also saw a quote from Roger talking about the family, and he said, the mom, the broodmare, was a nightmare as a 2-year-old. And he said everything she's thrown has been a nightmare, just in terms of training. They've all had their own personalities. And he said this one was finally a class act. And, I mean, he showed it yesterday. But it's just really cool that he knows the entire family and has been with this family for generations.
It's a luxury to have, no doubt about it, as Mr. Atfield deserves that. Let's check in with WKYT for the Saturday weather.
Well, good morning, everyone. If you're heading out to Keeneland on this Saturday, keep in mind things will look really good. Of course, starting off this morning with some showers, they should taper off by the time the races start. We're likely to see temperatures in the upper 50s, getting up even into the low 60s, of course, as we get in the peak daytime, heating a mix of sun and clouds towards the end of it, and things will look really good. The track should dry off as we get to the end of the day. I'm WKYT meteorologist Allie Blake.
Thank you, Allie. Maybe bring out a sweater here this afternoon. It's a bit on the chilly side right now as we've just gone past the 11:30 time frame here at Keeneland Racecourse. Full card picks. Let's take a look at these 11 race cards. Or 11
I was late getting my
card.
changes in. I'm sorry, Isaac. I'm sorry, everybody upstairs. It was a hectic morning, but here we go. I didn't look ahead. And, you know, I get my numbers jumbled up a little bit. We agree in race 7, and that's it. Did I miss one? Oh, race 2.
Race 2, race 7.
And we agreed pretty much in race 3. Just different order.
Yesterday I had 3 top pick winners. You had 2 top pick winners. We both had 3 from our second choice, and we both had 1 from our third choice. So not a bad day of handicapping yesterday. If you want these full card picks, snap a photo. If you don't want to do that, download the Keeneland Race Day app. That's the best way of doing so and keeping track of our full card picks each and every race day here at Keeneland Racecourse. So download it. It's available on your smart device, whether it be a tablet or your smartphone. Again, Keeneland Race Day app. Take advantage of that right now and download it. Social media, give us a follow on Twitter at Keeneland Racing, at Keeneland on Facebook, on Instagram at Keeneland as well, and then TVG2. Make note of that because today at Keeneland is available each and every race day on TVG2. We come live at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. And if you don't have TVG2 in your cable or satellite provider, download the Watch TVG app right now. Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV is where you can download the Watch TVG app and stay current with Today at Keeneland each and every day. And also TikTok for the folks that are involved in TikTok. They got me addicted. I blame Dara Allen for my TikTok addiction. I didn't have it until we were shooting stuff.
Well, that's actually a thing. Like, they create an algorithm so that you continue to be addicted.
I blame Dara because I downloaded it, and now I'm on it all the time.
It's hilarious. It's tough. Okay, we got to move along.
Isaac, just move along without us, Isaac. It's good. Grade 1, Jenny Wiley, race number 10, features Shantasara, morning line favorite at 6-5. I think Regal Glory goes off as the favorite, doesn't she?
I don't know. I think Shantasara. Is this on side bet?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Oh, yeah.
I'll take that.
We'll see how the show goes.
Regal Glory, these are both Chad Brown.
I think Shantasara is going to go off.
Chad Brown, he's won this race 4 times in the past. He's tied all time as far as leading trainers in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. And I think that he wins it again, right? I mean, Regal Glory, that's my top selection. I go 4, 6, and 3. Regal Glory is in top form as of late. She really hasn't been in bad form at many points over the course of her career. But we take you back to her most recent run. This is in the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf Invitational. And this is at the end of January. She does what she does. She just lays back, kicks on. If she makes the lead, she can keep going. We saw that in the Grade 1 Matriarch at Del Mar. The 2 turns, I think, is what they have figured out with this filly. She's better when she's going 2 turns. She ran in the Just the Game a few times at Belmont Park. That's around a 1-turn setup. 2 turns are her game. Give me Regal Glory over the number 6 horse, Lady Spite Spear. Mr. Fipke, Mr. Atfield, we may be talking to him again over on the turf course in another Grade 1 and then celebrating in the director's room. This filly was beaten in her last 2 by a horse by the name of Bleecker Street, who has never lost, is unbeaten. Can she go gate to wire? Can Luis Saez win on the front end with Lady Spite Spear? Is that just turn her loose on the front end and see what happens? Because she can be a handful. I don't know if you remember last year when they had the scratcher at the gate. I want to say it was in the QE2 Challenge Cup because she acted up. So
I think I picked her that day. They shipped her down, and she scratched behind the gate,
yeah,
right?
She's a high-energy filly, so maybe they just turn her loose out on the front end and go on with it. But this is another deep Grade 1, as you would expect at Keeneland.
It is, but I went to the 3 Shantasara.
Who will be second choice?
Yeah, no, who's going to be the favorite? Sorry, it took me a minute. Let's go back to her last race, and it was a long time ago. It was in the Grade 1 QE2 here at Keeneland over Yielding Going. Scott, I don't know if we were standing next to each other, but I can vividly remember her walking out of the tunnel and onto the track and getting a very close, good look at her. She just exudes class. She is exactly what you want to see in a horse. And to me, I think she's only going to get better. This is the first race to set her up for a big year ahead. I think this is going to be
Today is.
I think, honestly, I think this is going to be one of Chad's top turf fillies this year. And more Grade 1s ahead of her. I like her. I mean, she's got tactical speed. She can sit just off of it. Mile and 16th shouldn't be an issue. She's good on a firm ground. She's good on a good ground, yielding ground, wherever she may be. She is extremely malleable and tactical. So she's going to be my single in the Turf Pick 3. I like her that much today.
Was malleable the word of the day on your calendar?
I love that word.
That is a very good usage of it, by the way.
I've been using that word for a long time.
Challenge you at home, and for those of you on course, use the word malleable today in the right context. See, here's my concern. What was that, Isaac? Come again?
He's telling you to move along to Tom Leach.
Oh, we're going to Tom Leach? All right. I had more. Let's go to Tom Leach, though.
Trainer Rusty Arnold saddles Navratilova in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. She's had success at a variety of distances. What's her best?
Well, she's probably a miler. Her mother was. She acts like one, but it's a Grade 1. It's a little bit farther. We got to give her a try.
How's she doing?
She's doing really well. It was something we targeted. Her mother won this race. That was kind of be a neat thing to do, and we planned all winter to get here. We gave her one race in Florida. Didn't give her a race. She ran a very good race in Florida. Got a little tired on me, but we've got her ready for tomorrow. Tough group. Chads are tough, but I think she's going to run well.
She's trained well?
Trained very well.
Good luck.
Thanks, Tom.
It's Rusty Arnold. He's got Navratilova in the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley.
She sprung a big upset the last time we saw here at Keeneland in the Valley View, so we'll see if she's able to do that here today in the Grade 1 at Jenny Wiley.
What did you want to say before I interrupted you?
No, Shantasara, I have the opinion, and this could be right or wrong, we'll find out, that Amana 16th might make her a little bit vulnerable. That's it.
You think she needs to go farther?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. We'll
Fair.
find out. Grade 3, Stone Street Lexington Stakes. It's race number 9 on the card. For the straight 3-year-olds, $400,000 on the line. Tawny Port, 5-2 on the morning line. That's the number 9 horse for Petrie Stable. Ran against Epicenter in the Risen Star. Ran against Tiz the Bomb in the Jeff Ruby Stakes. We'll see if he can be more effective on the dirt here today than he was in the Risen Star, his only other dirt event. But in here, I go to In Due Time, the number 2 horse. And this is a colt by Not This Time. Not This Time has had a fabulous crop of 3-year-olds this year on the road to the Derby and obviously onto the Oaks and what have you. But this horse has been very good in his career. He's won sprinting. He won going long. And last time out in the Fountain of Youth, we'll roll it back for you. It's the first time that he went around 2 turns. So a new experience for him. He ranges up in between horses, looking for a little bit of room. They kind of shut him off there for a second, so now he's got to shift out and look for clear sailing. Ends up finishing second in the end to Simplification, who ran a good race in the Grade 1 Florida Derby in the follow-up race of the Fountain of Youth. He ended up finishing 3rd. So he runs on, hopefully gains experience out of this race. He's got a good draw. They stick with Paco Lopez. Look for Paco to be aggressive as he always is in his rides and have position early on. That's going to be key down on the inside. Then to the outside, the number 7 horse, Major General. He had no chance after the start of that race. If I had an opportunity to show you back another bit of video, that would be it, because that was it. It was game over. He stumbled. Things didn't go as planned. Classic Causeway got to the front, kept on going. They add blinkers today. If he breaks, he'll be in a better spot today with Irad Ortiz Jr. I think that one of these top 2, these 2 horses are the most likely winners, in my opinion. And then the number 9 horse, Tawny Port, mentioned his runs, undefeated in his first 2 on the synthetic. Then the Epicenter race. I don't know that he was ever going to beat Epicenter or Smile Happy or Zandon in the end of that race. Then he runs a solid one in the Jeff Ruby Stakes to Tiz the Bomb. So he has something to prove today, and that something is, can he be as good on the dirt as we've seen from him on the synthetic? It's his only second try, but that's the question about Tawny Port, the Keeneland grad.
It is a legitimate question, but he is by Pioneer of the Nile. He's got a lovely pedigree. They paid a lot of money for him. I think that he is a legitimate dirt horse, and I have a reason why he had such a poor performance in the Grade 2 Risen Star. Let's take you back to that race 2 starts back when he ran against Epicenter and show you the gate break. This horse actually does kind of stutter step coming out of the gate, and then the rider has to, which was Florent Giroux, just has to kind of stand up on him and take him all the way back to last. Now, this horse is kind of a closer, but when you couple that start, when you kind of stumble, you have to shuffle back to last, and the fact that it was a merry-go-round race, Epicenter set the pace, went gate to wire, nobody pressured him on the front end, nobody was really improving. Keep a close eye on this horse. He was making up ground, and in fact, he was one of the few horses that was making up ground coming down the stretch. So when you kind of break this race apart, on top of that, he did have to go a little bit wide. When you break this race apart, I do think that it actually was a lot better than what it might appear on paper. He had legitimate excuses, and the way the race was run was completely against him that day. You're not going to catch up the center when he's able to reel off those fractions alone loose on the lead. Completely different scenario today. So I did pick him on top. I do wonder if he's going to be the favorite, if other horses might take some other money. The 7 Major General, I picked him second. I'm really on the fence with this horse. I was even thinking about picking him third, because I don't think those races at 2 were that strong. I know he had a legitimate excuse last time out, but he really does need to step it up. Because we've seen some of the horses that he beat, even in the Iroquois and the Maiden Special Weight first time out, they haven't really gone on to do much. So that's my fear with him. And then the 2 In Due Time, I agree with you. I think in some ways this horse might even be the favorite.
I do too.
Simplification ran third
Yeah.
in the Florida Derby. He's a legitimate horse, and so is this horse.
Yeah, I'm in complete agreement with you in the Stone Street Lexington that In Due Time is the most likely favorite in that race. But we'll find out come post time for the 9th. It's at 5:16 Eastern time, as Gabby pointed out at the top of the show. The final opportunity to pick up some points on the road to the Kentucky Derby and perhaps sneak in the back door in that way. All right, we're going to move on to our Trip Note Pros segment. Go to your program and look at race number 5. I spoke to my connection over at Trip Note Pros, and this is not an exaggeration. He loves the card today. He says, I'm opening up my wallet to play. He said, make sure you take advantage of the Trip Note Pros notes. Mm-hmm. He said it took him 20 hours to go through this card. 20 hours, and there's no reason for him to make this up.
Fields.
Yes. So 20 hours worth of work for you folks to take advantage of at Keeneland.com/TripNotePros. We're just showing you one example of the numerous over the course of the day of these Trip Note Pros. And looking at race number 5, the number 7, Mercy.
Next level gallop out by fleeing the scene with huge energy. I like that.
He didn't use malleable, though. But
No, he didn't.
But here he is, Mercy.
I didn't pick this horse on top, but I really like this horse today, too.
The number 7 horse in race number 5. You've got to pay attention to Mercy. Easing 3-4 wide, late in turn, making light work of the others. Offered up next level gallop out, fleeing the scene, as Gabby had mentioned, and there's much more there. And here are the notes. Gallop out was a plus. Better than looked effort was a plus. So Mercy, race 5. That's the 7 in race number 5 today. Merci beaucoup.
Should we work on
All right.
the front?
And thank you to Trip Note Pros again, and thank you to Keeneland for making this investment for our handicappers. You're throwing me off. Handicappers. Where are we heading next?
I just won't speak the rest of the show.
No, you have to speak. They want to hear from you.
Some do.
Clocker Report, race 7. Let's go there. The ride of a lifetime. You're on it right now, Gabby Gaudet, here at Keeneland. In race number 7, the number 3, the ride of a lifetime, home field advantage, trained very well during the layoff. Trainer sends them over ready to run, like the workout on the 1st of April. That is the number 3 horse, trained by Ignacio Correas, the 4th, the son of Candy Ride. And then Shantasara looked very sharp in company with Regal Glory, winner of the last fall's QE2 unyielding course. I wish I would have known this before.
That's great information.
Did she outwork Regal Glory?
I maybe not outwork her, but maybe did it a little easier.
All right.
I don't know. I didn't see it, but that is great info.
That is good info.
Love our Clocker reports, that's for sure.
Race 7, 3. Race 10, the 3. Multi-race exotic time. I had the pick 3 yesterday for the turf. You've got that today. I'm going late pick 4. I like this sequence again. I think that I'm on track here. Starting with the Giants Causeway, using the 3 Campanelli, the number 10 horse to the outside. That is Ghosting Kim, who ran a giant race at the fairgrounds, coming from off the pace with Jimmy Graham. He's back in the saddle. And then the Speedster LZ. How can you sleep on this filly? The $7,000 Keeneland September sale grad, who's made over $447,000. Hopefully it dries out a little bit more for her. Race number 9, the Lexington, Stone Street Lexington, In Due Time. And the 7-horse Major General, I think, is all I need. The Jenny Wiley, I'll take 3, 4, and 6 in the Grade 1 feature. Shantasara, Regal Glory, and Lady Spitespear. And then in the 11th and final, going to open it up to including 4 horses, 2, 4, 7, and 8. It's a good race. You've got Escape Route in there for Edge Racing. Mark Glatt coming in from Southern California, a horse that finished second to one of the fastest horses in the world. I'm going to say it. Flightline, Grade 1 winner, who hopefully we'll see running in the Met Mile come June. So $48 investment. Get some Easter money.
Easter cash.
Easter
I like
cash for the baskets and the kids and all that
tomorrow.
stuff, right?
Yep.
My wife's probably, I don't even want to think what she's spending on the kids at home. The Easter
Don't worry
baskets
about
are
it.
more than
You don't
what
have
I
to worry
was
about
getting.
it. Yeah,
I can
you
tell
don't.
you that.
Okay. Pick
Do you get
3.
an Easter basket still?
I don't. I get Easter flowers.
Oh, that's very nice.
That's nice, isn't it? Something, to be thoughtful. Okay, race 5, 2, 4, 6, 7, 11. The pick 3 sequence, the turf pick 3 sequence is very tough today because I do believe that there is a single. Whether you want to single Campanelli and the 8th race, or you want to single Shantasara and the 10th race, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley, maybe I don't have the right approach, but this is how I thought the sequence would go.
Don't doubt yourself.
I wanted to have coverage in the first leg. I mean, I really do.
Do not doubt yourself here.
I like credit event for Chad Brown, but can Chad really win all these races today?
Yes.
Maybe he can. I don't know. The 2 Freedoms Way I did throw in there for Eddie Keneally. Credit event, Chad Brown. The number 6 Limited Liability for Shug McGahee, who I think might be a play against just because he'll be the favorite, and it was only a 4-horse field in the Grade 2 Pilgrim, but people will see, he's faced Graded Stakes Company in the last 2. But I do think that there are others in there, including Merci, the 7, and then the 11, Churchtown for Roger Atfield. He's going to be the speed and maybe very dangerous in there. 8th race, 3-5, Campanelli, and Change of Control, who loves it here and loves a good turf course as well.
She'd rather it be an absolute bog, though. Keep that in mind.
True, but I think she just likes Keeneland. I really do think she just likes Keeneland. So trying to get back on track, and then the 3 Shanti Sara and the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley is my single. $30 play. Again, that's a $3 turf pick 3.
The only thing that would worry me would be not having LZ. That's it. She's just so fast.
She is fast.
That's the one thing that worries me. We move on to our best angles of the day, and I'm going to take us to race number 11, the nightcap on this afternoon's card. Our Nation on Parade is the scratch, the 10, so we're left with a field of 10, highly motivated, 8-5 on the morning line. I like Ducal. Is it Ducal or Ducali? I can't recall. Kurt, Texas. This is a runner that ran into Cody's Wish, who's a very good stakes winner in his most recent race. He's a better sprinter. I'm going to key him on top in a trifecta, and I think that this horse bounces back to the form that we've seen from him in the past. Let's go back to his last race. This isn't a one-turn mile event. There he is in the Juddmonte Silks. That's Cody's Wish, just to his outside, who is in the Godolphin Silks. But this horse has run some giant figures going even shorter, as he will be able today. His 7-furlong race at Saratoga was freakishly good in his second career start. Then in the follow-up race from July to September, his first race of facing winners, he catches a little horse by the name of Baby Yoda, who we just saw win this past week, and another horse by the name of Olympiad, who's turned into, as we've said many times here, one of the best older handicap horses in training right now for trainer Bill Mott. Then he wins. He beats Winterpool, who we saw run here, and then he catches Cody's Wish. I think that he bounces back. Numbers are better sprinting. Off the 4-month layoff. Should be ready to go for Brad Cox. Give me Ducali on top over 2-4-7-8-11. Over 2-4-7-8-11. It's just an $8 ticket. We need Ducali to come home a winner.
All right, I'm going to take us to the 5th race. That was the race that I was just mentioning, having some coverage in the Turf Pick 3. It's a big field, and limited liability. The horse for Shug McGahee is the lukewarm favorite at 3-1. But I'll take us to the number 4 Credit event for trainer Chad Brown. Once again, this race, a first-level allowance race on the good listed turf course at 1 mile and a 16. So Credit event kind of reminds me of the horse that won for Chad a couple of days ago for Little Red Feather with Billy Koch, because I actually did speak to him before the race, and he said, Chad told me the horse is going to win on the synthetic, and then he's going to come to Keeneland and then win on the turf at Keeneland.
Okay.
And I just kind of felt like it was a similar situation with Credit event, just to get one race into him, prepare him for coming to the turf at Keeneland. We'll take you to that race, though, at Gulfstream Park. This was on the synthetic, 1 mile and 70 yards back in January. He's a son of Not This Time. He's out of a Candy Ride mare. It's actually kind of a claiming family, and they picked this horse up for $180,000, but I actually think he's got a lot of natural talent. He rated professionally behind the 2 horses that dueled in front of him, and then he angled out under Tyler, and then just really put his head down, ears back, looked good to the finish, winning by over 3 lengths. I think he's going to take that form here to the turf at Keeneland, so I like him on top, key him, and an exacta over the 2, 6, and the 7.
All right, there you go. Credit events, the key to Gabby's best angle of the day. Glad to hear Kurt's listening. Ducali. Ducali was the answer we were looking for. Judges were looking for Ducali. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot play of the day.
We're going to the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes for our long shot play of the day. Strava comes from the barn of Dallas Stewart. He knows what to do with a long shot, right? This horse went long last time, and he's bred to relish those longer distances, and he didn't really get his best chance last time. He was wide and also broke from a poor post position. I think with a better trip, I think he could run to that 2-turn pedigree, and at 20-1, could light up the tote board with a win, or at least could spice up an exacta or a trifecta. So let's try Strava for our long shot play of the day.
Gabby, you're back in front after yesterday. Mason finished second, almost won the whole thing in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark. Oh, no, you're in front by 2.
Really?
I've lost track. Are you in front by 2?
I guess so, because
Yeah.
I did win
To do that, you'll need to be on.
That's Siri. Yep. Stop it, Siri.
Siri wants to get involved in the side bet of the day, too. Yeah, I won yesterday and the day before.
All right.
We're opening up.
All right, so Team Scott, Team Gabby, this is what you're playing for at home. If I win and you picked me, then we randomly select somebody on Twitter that has done that, and the same for Gabby. So at Team Scott, at Team
Hashtag.
Gabby.
Use the hashtag
right.
so we
Got
can
to
find
hashtag
you.
everything these days.
Side bet of the day. I believe Shanti Sara is going to go off as a favorite in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. You think Regal Glory is going to go off
Yeah,
as a
see,
favorite.
and
Yes?
I'm trying to balk. I'm kind of balking a little bit. Why not just a heads up between these two? Best finish between these two.
I mean, why don't we kind of
It's
just
about
change
wagering.
it up a little bit?
All right, fine.
That is wagering. It's a
No, I
morning
know,
line.
I know. That's
I mean,
fair.
that's a good side bet.
Okay, that's fine. So
if you
let's
don't want to do it, we
No.
don't have to do it.
unload on Regal Glory because she's going to win anyways. So that's what I need from you all at home.
Okay.
If you're on hashtag Team Scott, you got to bet Regal Glory.
So post time favorite.
Post time favorite, yeah, absolutely. So that's it. That's our side bet of the day. That's it. We got 30 seconds. Anything you want to say to your fans out there, Gabby Godette?
Have a great day.
Have a great day. Have a happy Easter.
Yeah,
We're taking
have a
tomorrow
happy
off.
Easter.
We've got 11 races in front of us, some fantastic racing. And for Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy Jenny Wiley Day. Enjoy the Stone Street Lexington Day. And there's also an opportunity on the other side of the grandstand. I ran out of time here. If you want to meet Rachel Alexandra, one of the all-time great fillies, there's an opportunity on the other side of the grandstand. Check it out and find out how you can enter that contest and even have your picture taken with Rachel right now. You'll see what I mean. Check it out. We'll see you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Keeneland September Yearling Sale.
A terrific maternal pedigree, Grade 1 winners, and champions across the field.
Echo Zulu parties. Life is good. Next go, superstar.
Go to the back. Good luck.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
When it comes to electrified vehicles, nobody has more models than Toyota. From the Prius that started it all, to America's best-selling car, Camry, and best-selling SUV, RAV4, to the affordably efficient Corolla and best-selling Highlander. And now, the first-ever Tundra Hybrid that delivers 437 horsepower and an estimated 22 miles per gallon. They all come with a 10-year, 150,000-mile battery warranty. For all the latest offers, go to buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes the Kentuckians Chorus to the paddock. The Kentuckians Chorus is based in Lexington. They are a part of the Barbershop Harmony Society, which has over 800 chapters throughout the United States and Canada. Today, the Kentuckians Chorus will first present our state song, My Old Kentucky Home.
Oh, the sun shines bright on my old Kentucky home. 'Tis summer, the old folks are gay. The corn tops ripe and the meadows in the bloom, and the birds make music all the day. Oh, the young folks roll on the live and the floor, all merry, all happy and bright. By and by hard times come a-knocking at the door, and my old Kentucky home, good night. Weep no more, my lady. Oh, weep no more today. We will sing one song for my old Kentucky home. For my old Kentucky home. Far away, far away.
Please rise for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Doris Counts from Guest Services as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Doris.
In the event of an emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and Life Members Room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
And they're off. There goes High Heater for the lead. Jammer's Justice right alongside. These two come to the front together. High Heater against the rail leads it by a half length. Jammer's Justice goes second by a length. Frolic More is away running in third by 3/4 of a length. Improbable Story is in fourth, a half length. And then Fredericktown fifth up on the far outside, 3.5 lengths off the lead. And then Stay Home, who's back toward the inside in the sixth spot. It is followed by First Deputy, who's going to be 3 wide to the far turn, and Bobby Baby between that pair at the back as the field moves on to the turn now. Back up front, Jammer's Justice has the lead. Frolic More is right there alongside as they round the turn. Fredericktown is in third out in the center of the track. High Heater is still there to the inside and now starts to respond within a half length of the lead. First Deputy to make this a 5-way shuffle up front, but has to go to the center of the track. A 1/4 mile to go. Jammer's Justice has the lead. First Deputy 2 lengths away, 1 length away, and moving up on the outside to challenge Jammer's Justice. And now Stay Home swings to the outside. Out from behind horses, has clear sailing to come after the leaders. Bobby Baby runs late, but 6 lengths away back and forth. In the meantime, Stay Home at the 16th pole has the lead. Stay Home from First Deputy, Jammer's Justice third. Stay Home, Corey Lannery aboard Stay Home to win at a half length. First Deputy home second, Jammer's Justice third, and Bobby Baby across the line in fourth. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 1, Stay Home. Jeff Hiles, the owner-trainer. Corey Lannery, the jockey. Stay Home and 8. They are at the post. And they're off. And there goes Bella Morning for the lead. Bella Morning from the inside with Personal Best right alongside. I'm Glad moves up. Paris Paramore is there as well and moves up into third as they head for the first turn. Bella Morning gets over next to the rail, but Personal Best right alongside to challenge for the lead. Paris Paramore third up on the far outside. And then Quality Star, who moves up a close fourth and gets over next to the rail to save ground around the turn. Macadamia right behind that one is in fifth. I'm Glad sixth on the outside. Wallachia stays outward from the rail in seventh. She's gone to the inside is eighth. Madeline's Magic is back there in ninth. Meant to Be is 10th. Western Lane last of the 11 for the move up the backstretch. The opening quarter, 24.44 seconds. Bella Morning, Personal Best on even terms, contesting the top spot. A length back of that pair to Paris Paramore third, up on the outside and neck. Quality Star fourth to the inside. Macadamia fifth in between horses. I'm Glad to the outside is in fifth. Still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. She's Gone moves up in sixth. Western Lane is seventh between horses. 50.96 seconds for the first half mile. Personal Best, the leader by a length onto the turn. Paris Paramore goes second by a neck. Bella Morning is in third. I'm Glad is fourth. Now, I'm Glad and Wallachia both have to go out to the center of the course. Currently third and fourth, respectively. They still have 4 lengths to make up on Personal Best. Quality Star looks to the inside as they come toward the 8th pole. Here's I'm Glad. Here comes Quality Star up the inside, and here comes Wallachia down the outside. Personal Best is fighting on. Wallachia far outside, and I'm Glad. And then Personal Best and Quality Star fourth. Wallachia, I'm Glad 1-2. Wallachia, Luis Saez, Wallachia to win it. Close for second, I'm Glad, or Personal Best, and then Quality Star. The official winner of Keeneland's second race, the Denali, number 11, Wallachia, owned by Stone Street Stables, LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Graham Motion. Luis Saez is the jockey. Wallachia, 3-year-old Tappet filly out of... First wire, they are at the post, and they're off. There goes Sonic City from the inside, the Peninsula from the outside. These two come to the front. Dreaming of Jerry comes away running in third. Sonic City down toward the rail has a short lead heading into the first turn, but the Peninsula moves up from the far outside. They are the top two. Full Charge sneaks up the rail to challenge for third, although Dreaming of Jerry is there and has the spot outward from the rail third by just a neck from Full Charge in the fourth position. Burnin' Ash is in fifth as they head onto the backstretch, placed just to the outside of Carrillo in sixth. Tonal Impact is last of the 7:24 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Sonic City is the leader. Sonic City leading the Peninsula only by a half length. And a gap of 2 to Full Charge in third by just ahead, followed by Dreaming of Jerry. Fourth up on the outside. Burn and Ash is on the extreme outside in fifth, 4 lengths off the lead, joined by Carrillo back toward the inside, and Tonal Impact is at the back. Opening half mile, 48.77 seconds. Over to the far turn they go with Sonic City, the leader. Sonic City leads it by 3/4 of a length. The Peninsula second, Dreaming of Jerry, is third up on the outside. Now the Peninsula starts to draw alongside of Sonic City, and Dreaming of Jerry seeks to join them third, less than a length off the front pair. Full Charge is in behind horses, looking for running room. They're at the quarter pole. Carrillo, Tonal Impact, who goes wide 5 from the front. Burn and Ash is at the back to the top of the short stretch, and now Full Charge is bursting through between horses. Full Charge moves up top of the short stretch, takes a narrow lead. Dreaming of Jerry is there on the outside, but second. Sonic City drops back. Tonal Impact is in third, still 5 lengths from the front. Final furlong, Full Charge leads at a length, and Dreaming of Jerry is second and trying to catch the leader, but Full Charge is in front. Full Charge by 2.5. It is Full Charge for Tyler Gaffalione to win it. Dreaming of Jerry was home second, Tonal Impact was third, and Carrillo was fourth. Full Charge, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Jack Sisterson, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Full Charge, a 4-year-old son of Will Take Charge out of Funny Valley. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Fan Club. There goes Guillaume. Fan Club to the lead. Guillaume comes out running in second. Mobster Gun is away running in third. Blue Jays is away in fourth. Perfect Cut is fifth up on the outside as they enter the first turn. Guillaume gets over next to the rail, has the lead. Guillaume will save the ground against the rail, now leads it by a length. Fan Club backs away into the second spot by a length and a half. Mobster Gun goes third against the rail by a length. Perfect Cut fourth up on the outside. Blue Jays is in fifth toward the inside as they enter the backstretch. Fair-haired Boy is sixth up on the outside. And then Cousin Larry, who's in between horses next to last, and a gap of 6 more lengths back of that one to 20 Twice, who is the trailer. Opening quarter, 24.32 seconds. Guillaume the leader, and Guillaume is on top up the backstretch by 3/4 of a length. Fan Club is second, a length and a half. Mobster Gun is third by just a neck. Perfect Cut is fourth, now challenging for third up on the outside, followed by Blue Jays as they enter the far turn. Cousin Larry between horses. Fair-haired Boy going to be caught wide near the back of the pack, still 5 from the front. Gap of 3 more. 20 Twice is the trailer. 49.13 seconds the time for the first half mile. On to the far turn they go. Here's Fan Club on the outside to put ahead in front. Guillaume is still there toward the inside, but second, a length and a half to Perfect Cut. Third up on the outside. And then Mobster Gun, who's looking for running room, going to try to find it between horses from third to the top of the short stretch. It is Fan Club, the leader, by 2 lengths now. Mobster Gun is second. And then Perfect Cut third up on the outside as they straighten away for home. Mobster Gun trying to catch Fan Club, who leads it by a length. And then Perfect Cut, third up on the outside. Blue Jays fourth toward the inside. Here comes Mobster Gun again after Fan Club, but the wire is coming in the short stretch. Fan Club, the leader, a neck. Mobster Gun is there on the outside. Fan Club and Florent Giroux to win it 3/4 of a length on the line. Mobster Gun was across the line in second. Perfect Cut was third. Blue Jays was fourth. Fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 8 Fan Club, owned by Gary and Mary West, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Fan Club, a 4-year-old son of Street Sense out of Secret, returned by Put It Back. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Concert Tour. Concert Tour fires right out for the lead. Here comes Warstopper along with Major Fed against the rail. They move up to press the issue, but Concert Tour has the lead by a length into the first turn. Starts to angle down toward the inside, tries to get to the rail to save some ground, and Concert Tour has the lead by a length. But Warstopper's there to the inside. No getting to the rail because of Warstopper, who's right there in the second position around the first turn as they enter the backstretch. Farmington Road is a close-up third by a length and a half. And then Beaver Hat is fourth outward from the rail, followed by Major Fed back to the inside fifth, Enforceable sixth, Mystic Knight seventh, Mischief Afoot last of the eighth, 24.42 seconds for the opening quarter. Concert Tour leads it. Concert Tour, 3/4 of a length to the good from Farmington Road, second by a half length. Warstopper still there to the inside, now in the third position. Major Fed looks for some running room between horses, fourth ahead. Beaver Hat fifth on the outside of that one. Gap of just over 2 more lengths back to Enforceable Mystic Knight. Mischief Afoot at the back, 48.45 seconds. That was the time for the first half mile. Concert Tour is the leader over to the far turn. Concert Tour leads it by just 1 length, now by a length and a half. Warstopper to the inside, taking second from Farmington Road, who's lost some ground in third. The leader's at the quarter pole. And then Mystic Knight, who angles wide from fourth, 6 lengths from the lead. Top of the short stretch, Concert Tour has the lead by 3 lengths. Warstopper's looking to the inside, and here comes Mystic Knight from the outside. Mystic Knight and Major Fed moving behind that one, but still fourth. But Mystic Knight has taken the lead. Mischief Afoot is running late down the far outside, but Mystic Knight has a 3-length lead to Mischief Afoot. Mystic Knight, Irad Ortiz Jr. to win it. From Mischief Afoot, Major Fed, and then Warstopper fourth. Number 8, Mystic Knight, owned by Peter Brandt, Three Chimneys Farm of Gonzalo Torrealba, trained by Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. They are at the post. They're off in the TVG Limestone Stakes. There goes Rithen out for the lead. Gunboat is there on the outside, and Her World comes away running in third. Rithen is the leader. Rithen leads it by 3/4 of a length. Gunboat right there to the outside in second. Her World third down toward the inside. Lost My Sock is fourth. Thunder Love is in fifth. Unbridled Mary sixth on the outside. Derry Nane slides down toward the inside in seventh, 5 lengths off the lead. And Sin City Gal last of the 8, 22.59 seconds for the opening quarter. Rithen is the leader by almost a full length around the turn. Gunboat now takes aim again from the outside. Her World is right there toward the inside in third, 2 lengths off the lead, just over a quarter mile to go. Lost My Sock, and then Thunder Love back toward the inside, and Unbridled Mary on the outside. Rithen, Gunboat, and Her World toward the rail now. Her World trying to move up and challenge Rithen in the final furlong. Rithen is very game here, has the lead and deep stretch from Her World in second. Derry Nane is running late. Rithen has the lead. Derry Nane is running late. Rithen has the lead. Derry Nane is trying. Rithen hanging on by a diminishing head over the closing Derry Nane of the TVG Limestone. The official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 3rd running of the TVG Limestone Stakes, number 4, Rithen. Owned by Stone Street Stables, LLC of Barbara Banke, 2nd winner on the card. The trainer is Wesley Ward. The jockey is John Velasquez. Rithen, a 3-year-old filly by Ribchester out of Salinka by Selk. They are at the post. And they're off. There's Regal Retort from the outside. Tis Splendid News kicks in from between horses. Windward Flow is right there in the opening strides down toward the inside, and Front Street now moves up from third into second, but Tis Splendid News the leader. Tis Splendid News gets over to the rail, has the lead by 2.5 lengths. Front Street second by just a half length. Windward Flow third. Zayn Al-Arab is fourth up on the far outside. Far-sided fifth between horses. Bees and Honey sixth against the rail. Liberty MD is in 7th position as they head for the far turn. They got the opening quarter in 22.74 seconds. Otter Refik moves out in the center of the track, 6 lengths off the lead around Regal Retort, who broke well but has now dropped out next to last, caught 4 wide on the turn. And finally, Fraudulent Charge at the back. Midway on the turn, Tis Splendid News, a 3-length advantage here. Front Street is second. Zayn Al-Arab is in third. Honor Refik is a wide fourth. Now third, now challenging for second. Still 4 lengths off the lead, though. Quarter mile to go. Tis Splendid News, the leader. Tis Splendid News leads it by 4 lengths. Honor Refik is in second. Regal Retort tries to get untracked with Liberty MD. They are third and fourth on the far outside, 6 lengths back of the leader, who's already past the 8th pole. Tis Splendid News, 3-length advantage back to Honor Refik, 16th pole, and Honor Refik's going to take aim late here at Tis Splendid News. Tis Splendid News, Honor Refik is trying. Tis Splendid News wins it by a long neck over Honor Refik. 3 wins today for Tyler Gaffalione. Circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Mount Brilliant, the unofficial winner, number 7, Tis Splendid News, owned by Well Glory 81 Incorporated of Toshiaki Shirai. Trained by Wesley Ward, who goes back-to-back on the card. 3 wins. They are at the post. And they're off in the Maker's Mark Mile. There goes a Tone. There goes Smooth Like Straight. Smooth Like Straight out for the lead now from a Tone as Mason moves forward out of a crowd into third. Starts to move up just off the early leader's flank, heading into the first turn. Mirabishin comes away a wide fourth. Smooth Like Straight is the leader. Smooth Like Straight clears the inside traffic, locks onto the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length around the first turn. Mason second, 3/4 of a length. The Tone tucked away to the inside in third, 3/4 of a length. Mirabishin a lane off the rail in fourth. Set Piece out in the center of the course, picks up 2 positions and goes to 5th. In Love is 6th back toward the inside. Cheryl Spite is in 7th. And Count Again is 8th and last for the move up the back stretch. 24.95 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Smooth Like Straight is the leader. Smooth Like Straight on top, 3/4 of a length. Mason second. And then a Tone to the inside. Set Piece on the outside. Mira Mission is 5th in between that pair. In Love, Cheryl Spike, Count Again is at the back. The first half mile went in 49.63 seconds. Smooth Like Straight, the leader, 3/4 of a length onto the far turn. Mason still there in second between horses. Set Piece is third up on the outside as they turn for home now. And then a Tone is 4th. Mira Mission is 5th. The rest have work to do. Smooth Like Straight, the leader. Here's Mason now coming after the leader. Set Piece on the outside and Love to the inside. Cheryl Spite running late down the center of the course. It is Mason to the lead. Mira Mission's diving to the inside. Smooth Like Straight is fighting on second. Set Piece, then Cheryl Spite. Mason narrow lead. Smooth Like Straight, a Tone. Mason short lead. Cheryl Spite running on. Mason in front. Cheryl Spite on the outside. At the wire. Photo for the win. What a finish in the Maker's Mark Mile. Either Mason or Cheryl Spite. The official winner of Keeneland's featured 9th race, 34th running of the Maker's Mark Mile, Grade 1, number 2, Cheryl's Spite, owned and bred in Kentucky by Charles Fipke. The trainer is Roger Atfield. 2 wins on the turf today for Luis Saez. Cheryl Spite, a 5-year-old son of Spitestown out of Perfect Cheryl by Perfect Soul. Gets the mile over the turf listed good at 1 minute 35.93 seconds. They are at the post. And they're off. Chalabi Baby comes out for the lead. Sis Boom Bob is right there to the inside. Sis Boom Bob moves up and takes the lead. Regal Realm goes to second. Super Christie away a close-up third. Be Tough alongside that one fourth. Chalabi Baby drops back. Napa Candy moves by to the inside in 5th. Don't Get Above Your Raisin is 6th. Chalabi Baby now drops back into 7th. Oma the Great is 8th. An Apple a Day is 9th. Jet In with Class is 10th in between horses. Veronica Green is next to last. Has to angle 4 wide from the back. 10 lengths off the lead. Midway on the far turn, and a gap of 7 more lengths then back to Surcharge, who trails 22.27 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Sis Boom Ba leading Regal Realm a length, and then Super Christie down to the inside third. Napa Candy takes to the outside from 4th. Don't Get Above Your Raisin 5th. Veronica Green is out in the center of the track in 6th, still 7 lengths off the lead. Sis Boom Ba short lead. Napa Candy right there. Regal Realm between them. Veronica Green, Don't Get Above Your Raisin, and Super Christie all trying to get on track, but they're already in deep stretch, and Napa Candy is opened up by 5. Veronica Green is in second. Napa Candy 16th pole for Rafael Bejarano by 6 to Veronica Green. Super Christie, Don't Get Above Your Raisin. Napa Candy wins it. Veronica Green second. Super Christie was home in third position. Don't Get Above Your Raisin 4th. Winner of Keeneland's 10th race, number 4, Napa Candy, owned by Donald R. Disney, LLC of Donald R. Disney, trained by Victoria Oliver and the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Napa Candy, 3-year-old filly by Candy Ride, out of Calistoga by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Donald R. Disney, LLC and W.S. Farish. 6 furlongs over the main track, listed fast, 1 minute 12.5 seconds. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse. The main track is listed fast and the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Time now for a look at the program changes beginning in the first race, which kicks off the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also starts the early pick five. In the opener, scratch number 5, Gratz Park. Scratch number 5, Gratz Park. Second race, start of the early pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Third race, scratch part of entry number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. Again, scratch part of entry number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. Jockey change for number 2, Bold Figure. The jockey will be Thiago Canuto. Number 2, Bold Figure. The jockey has been changed to Thiago Canuto. The weight remains 118 pounds. Fourth race, there is a Pick 4 series, which begins in race 4 today. In that fourth event, scratch number 9, Krahenbull. Scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain. And scratch the 13, Kingmaker. Again, scratch number 9, Krahenbull. Scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain. And scratch number 13, Kingmaker. Please note, number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Rafael Bejarano. Again, number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Rafael Bejarano. Overweight, the 6 vintage vinyl is 1 pound over. 6 vintage vinyl, the jockey, 1 pound over. Race 5 is the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In that fifth race, scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch the 14, Gingrich, the 15, Tyson, and the 16, Blacksmith Strong. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch the 14, Gingrich, the 15, Tyson, and the 16, Blacksmith Strong. Please note, number 13, Skylander, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Skylander, draws into the race. Also, there's an overweight in that fifth event. Number 5, Play Action Pass, the jockey, 1 pound over. That's number 5, Play Action Pass, the jockey, 1 pound over. Sixth race is where the Pick 6 begins. No carryover, no changes in race 6. Seventh race, start of the late Pick 5. No changes in that seventh event. Eighth race is where the late Pick 4 gets underway. Race 8, the Giants Causeway Stakes. Scratch the 7, Social Chatter. And scratch 13, Ambassador Luna. That's in the 8th race. Scratch the 7, Social Chatter, and scratch number 13, Ambassador Luna. Please note, number 15, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Number 15, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Race 9, the Stone Street Lexington. Overweight, number 6, Skate to Heaven. Jockey, 1 pound over. That's number 6, Skate to Heaven, the jockey, 1 pound over. 10th race, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. There are no changes in race 10. The 11th and final race, carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $5,468. Scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade. Again, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade. Those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Saturday to you, Kurt Becker, and for those of you joining us here on course and joining us from home via Keeneland.com, and other channels. We are here for 11 races. We've got Grade 1 action for a second consecutive day. The Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile yesterday lived up to the hype, and I think that we're going to see a similar type performance in today's Grade 1 Jenny Wiley.
We had a couple of very close finishes and very exciting stretch runs yesterday, so hopefully that can carry on to this afternoon. But we've got great racing, as you mentioned, Scott, and headlined by the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. We'll see if Chad Brown can continue his dominant record in this race.
Yeah, Roger Atfield set the record for the Maker's Mark Mile yesterday with his third win, and Chad Brown can set a record of 5. He's tied right now with other trainers with 4 victories in this race, and he's got the 2 main contenders, Shantasara, the Grade 1 winner of the QE2 Challenge Cup, and then Regal Glory, who comes into this race off of her success in the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf Invitational.
Lady Spitespear also in there for trainer Roger Atfield, who took the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile yesterday, though. She's at 8-1, a very good field of those fillies in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley later today.
And then we've got the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington, part of the featured events here today. Here's a look at that field. No scratches. A final opportunity for runners to pick up points in the Kentucky Derby points system. In fact, 20 points will go to the winner, 8 for second, 2 for third. Right now, Tawny Port, the morning line favorite at 5-2. He's got 40 Kentucky Derby points, which makes him number 20 on that Derby list.
So if he can get an additional 20 points and win this race, he's definitely going to be in the race. And then we have a couple of horses who kind of are on the bubble with, I believe, 20 points, who if they get 20 more points, that could help them as well. In Due Time is one of those horses, and Ethereal Road is another one of those horses. So a big field of 11 later today in the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington for those 3-year-old boys.
And big money on the line, $400,000 purse in the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington. And then one race earlier, is the 25th running of the Giants Causeway, $200,000 event for fillies and mares 3 and up. Campanelli, the 2-time Royal Ascot winner, Group 1 winner at Royal Ascot, is the 5-2 morning line favorite. Social Chatter's a scratch. Ambassador Luna is a scratch. LZ, second choice. The Speedster drawn to the outside at 3-1. Should be a good race.
A lot of focus on the number 3 Campanelli for Stone Street and for trainer Wesley Ward. Last time she was here, she lost as the heavy favorite to Change of Control, and these 2 fillies go back at it later today.
Don't forget about the Toyota Super High Five carryover in the final race today, $5,468. 3 stakes races, 11 races ahead, as we're less than 18 minutes away from race number 1. We begin the card with $30,000 claimers, fillies and mares 3 and up, 7 furlongs on the main track, double exacta trifecta, pick 3, the early pick 5 starts here, and superfecta wagering available, 10-cent minimum wager for the superfecta, 50-cent minimum wager for the early pick 5. Yes to Mischief, the number 3 horse, is my top selection. She's 2-1, vying for favoritism alongside the number 4 horse. She hasn't raced in 5 months, but she takes a big drop down in class. This will be the first time that this mare is in for a tag. She broke her maiden in a maiden special weight race, and then the turf races were a bit on the flat side in her last few, so comes here today and gets Tyler Gaffleone, which is a positive sign.
I think she's going to be the speed of the speed, especially with the scratch of the 5 in here, making this a 6-horse field. She's going to be the one to catch on the front end under Tyler Gaffleone. There is a little bit of a concern as for the distance, because she has been sprinting 5.5 furlongs as of late. But if she is able to control on the front end, I think she can take her speed to the finish line.
Then we go to the number 7 horse on the outside. That is Moonshine Dreamer. If she's going to do something, it needs to be out on the front end, right? I mean, that's been her best races, close to the lead, on the lead. This is a step up. I understand that from a maiden 15 at Turfway Park, but she's found the right group to at least vie for a top 3 finish.
That was just a slow pace, Scott. So 24-3, 48-4 for the half. I'm not sure if she's going to be able to be as fast as Yes to Mischief, who's been close to faster paces sprinting on the turf. She's kind of in that awkward chase mode. potentially.
Her Arlington race was fast, though. If
That
you go
one
back
was
to that
fast.
race back in September when she was with Chris Davis, she has that potential, so we'll see if it works out. Your second choice is the favorite right now. Another big class dropper. That's the theme of this race. Who's going to respond with the drop down in class? The number 4 horse, Believing, as we look at the 1. But we'll talk about the 4 here, Gabby. Believing for Mike Maker, Jose Ortiz. Drops in class, moves back to dirt.
She's the 8-5 favorite just because of the class relief. She's been facing much tougher company lately, but the weird thing about this horse, Scott, is she's never tried a dirt course before in the past. She's never tried the conventional dirt, so that is still an unknown, but she definitely has the stamina, so if some of these fillies can't quite get the 7-8, she's going to be right there.
And then Lizzie D will round out your top 3. We'll move over to the number 6 horse for Andrew McKeever. Tries dirt for the first time. For those of you that play surface switches, this filly is one of those that would fall into that category. She's done nothing but race on turf and synthetic.
And I actually think she might be one of the better horses at 7 furlongs. So if you think that class doesn't really matter, well, she's right there in terms of class, but she's staying at the same level. Other horses in here are dropping in class. But if you think that the most important part about this race is the distance, I would say maybe make a wager on Lizzie D at 8-1 because she was good at 6.5 furlongs. It was one of her better races on form, so 7-8 should be right up her alley, and she should be closing from off the pace under jockey James Grand. Lizzie D, nice price at 8-1. Horses are saddled there in the paddock. Once again, this race kicking off that early pick 5 sequence on Grade 1 Jenny Wiley Day. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $30,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 5, Gratz Park. Number 5, Gratz Park, scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 5. The main track is fast, the turf listed good, post time at 8 minutes.
Taking a look at the field here on the track as we are 7 minutes out from today's opener. And here is the favorite at 2-1, Yes to Mischief, for trainer Joe Sharp. She's taken a drop in class today and getting back to the dirt after a couple of turf performances. But when you look at her compared to the rest of the field, the one thing that really stood out to me was her size. She is probably double the size of the majority of the fillies and mares that she has to face here today. And I think that will go a long way with getting her to 7 furlongs, especially with her running style, which is fast. Those turf sprints, you know, I actually, looking at her, I kind of makes sense that she was having a tough time catching up with some of those really fast turf sprinters. I actually think 7 furlongs would be quite beneficial for her. So 2-1, I actually think is a very fair price on her. She was the best looking filly, or mare, I should say, on track to my eye. And then finally, we'll go to the number 6, Lizzie D. There were a couple of fillies and mares that were getting quite warm on the track, but Lizzie D held her composure quite nicely. She is the opposite of the favorite in that she's going to be closing from off the pace. She isn't the biggest filly, but she is very strong, so she comes into this race quite fit. And hopefully she can just be settled, as she was a little bit antsy in the gate last time out. It's all about keeping that composure, but right now she is very composed, which I like to see here. And she is, again, a nice price at 8-1. But I think it's the 3 Yes to Mischief, the mare to beat here for trainer Joe Sharp. Your 2-1 favorite right now as we're 5 minutes out. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Yes to Mischief broke alertly. Yes to Mischief comes right out for the early lead. HT Xena there to the inside. Here's Believing moving up from between horses. Now to take second, but 2 lengths off the early leader. Yes to Mischief gets over next to the rail, clear with the lead by a length and a half. Believing moves up into the second position, 3/4 of a length to HT Xena, who is now in third. Classy Chrome is fourth. Moonshine Dreamer is fifth, and a gap of 6 more lengths. Lizzie D is last for the move up the backstretch. Yes to Mischief is the leader. Yes to Mischief leads it by just a length. Believing goes second, 22.61 seconds for the opening quarter. HT Xena third down to the inside, then a gap of 6 more lengths back to Classy Chrome, who's in fourth. Moonshine Dreamer fifth, and a gap of 8 more lengths to Lizzie D, who is last around the far turn. Yes to Mischief, a 1-length lead coming to the top of the stretch. Believing toward the outside is there in second, gap of 4 lengths. HT Xena, he is in third, and the gap of 7 more back to Classy Chrome. Yes to Mischief, the leader off the far turn, leads it by 2. And now Believing takes aim, and also HT Xena. HT Xena is going to go to the rail and move up the inside from third to second to the lead inside the 8th pole. HT Xena, 3 lengths to the good now at the 16th pole, drawing clear of Yes to Mischief, then Believing. Classy Chrome is fourth. HT Xena, Adam Beskitza. The rail move was the one that worked. HT Xena draws clear to win it. Further back, it was Yes to Mischief hanging on second over Believing in third, and Classy Chrome fourth.
Pretty straightforward victory for HT Xena. She laid off the pace. She allowed the other twos to go fast. led by the early pace that came from Yes to Mischief. It went 45 and 3 to the half. Very fast time for the level, and especially at 7 furlongs. And then HT Xena, Adam Beskica just laid back, stayed on the inside, and kicked on for home at odds of 9-2.
It was a fear that the 3-horse couldn't quite get the distance, but it was a question who could make up that ground, who could be better at this distance today. And the one, XT Xena, had the perfect setup, closing from off the pace on the rail under Adam Beskica and for trainer Eddie Keneally. A 9-2 upset in the opener.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 1, HT Xena, finished first. Number 3, Yes to Mischief, second. Number 4, Believing, was third. Number 2, Classy Chrome, fourth. 1, 3, 4, 2, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 1, HT Xena, owned by TSF Thoroughbred Racing LLC of Terrell Fry, trained by Eddie Keneally, Adam Beskica, the jockey, and the results are now official. HT Xena, 4-year-old filly by Honor Code, out of Involved by Speightstown, bred in Kentucky by Betts, Majors, Coco Equine, Kidder, Lamantia, and Davidson. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 25.4 seconds over the fast main track. Results are official for the first. 1, 3, 4, 2 official. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. The turf is listed good. The temporary rail is down today. Third race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. That's in the third race, scratch part of entry, number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. Jockey change on number 2, Bold Figure. That'll be Thiago Canuto. Number 2, bold figure, the jockey Thiago Canuto. The weight remains 118 pounds. 4th race, scratch the 9, Crahen Bull, scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain, and scratch 13, Kingmaker. That's in the 4th race. Scratch number 9, Crahen Bull. Also scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain, and scratch number 13, Kingmaker. A reminder, number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Again, the 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Rafael Bejarano. Overweight in that race, number 6, Vintage Vinyl, 1 pound over. 6, Vintage Vinyl, the jockey, 1 pound over. The 5th race, scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch 14, Gingrich, 15, Tyson, and 16, Blacksmith Strong. That's in the 5th race. Scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch the 14, Gingrich, the 15, Tyson, and the 16, Blacksmith Strong. Please note, number 13, Skylander, draws into the race. 13, Skylander, draws into the race. Overweight, the 5, Play Action Pass, the jockey 1 pound over. Number 5, Play Action Pass, jockey 1 pound over. Stone Street is pleased to sponsor the Best Turned Out Awards today at Keeneland. Representatives from Stone Street will be judging the horses in the paddock and presenting the groom responsible for the Best Turned Out racehorse with a $250 cash award.
Race number 2, our first turf race of the afternoon. It's a maiden special weight, $100,000 purse for 3-year-olds, and it does start the early pick 4. And this is a rarity. Rarely do Gabby and I have the exact same top 3, but that's the case. 6, 2, 12. We'll start with the 6 horse who's on the screen right now, Mahoney Road, a summer front colt who should be plenty fit off of 3 runs. They add blinkers today. He runs with Lasix for a second time, and he ran well on the turf in his only turf run, most recently at Fairgrounds. Gets Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle, who's very good on the grass course. So Mahoney Road, more than anything, Gabby, it's the fitness for me, and he's got the pedigree to get the distance.
And he's tried a distance of ground before in the past, not necessarily on the turf, but also but on the dirt. And his race at Churchill Downs, where they went pretty quickly going the 1-turn mile, and he was on the lead that day, fated to finish 3rd in a very good field. He was 33-1 that day, came back off the layoff in that turf sprint, was forwardly placed today with the blinkers on, Scott. I don't know if anybody else can run with him. I think he's going to be the fastest and will be on the lead. Now, we've seen it be okay to be a pace setter on the turf. Some days it hasn't been the case. So we'll see how the turf is playing today, but I will be surprised if he's not on the lead.
Double Clutch, the number 2 horse. He's had one run that was at Gulfstream. He was nearly 60-1 that day and nearly won the race. He finished 3rd, only beaten a length and a quarter. Here's a homebred for Calumet Farm. He's nicely related, son of Optimizer, who's a half-brother to the graded stakes winner and very successful gear jockey. But he's going to be far back if he runs true to form off of that only start.
A gear jockey, he was grade 1 placed on the turf going 2 turns, and then kind of later in his career he wound up being a sprinter, and he's a graded stakes winner sprinting on the turf. With Double Clutch, maybe that was just because he was a little green in his first start, Scott, but the fact that he kind of picked it up and closed into the pace to only lose by a length, I think just shows his raw talent. Optimizer, you don't really think all turf all the time, but he clearly showed an affinity for the surface in his first race.
On the outside is the 12. That's the lukewarm favorite right now at 2-1. Chad Brown for the Klarovich Stables, a colt by Warfront that Seth Klarman went to $300,000 to acquire out of the Keeneland September sale of 2020 by Warfront. First dam room service, a stakes winner. And he put together a strong effort on debut. Had a better draw that day, though, at Gulfstream Park. He was drawn post 3, but today he's as far wide as you can be in this field of 12.
That's why I went against him, because I think there are other speed types to his inside. Even Urban Forest was a horse that had some trouble last time out, but wasn't too far off of it sprinting. There are just a couple of horses directly to his inside that have speed, so I'm not sure that he can clear the field and establish a position going into the first turn, but he definitely has the talent. Irad Ortiz Jr., though, has his homework cut out for him to figure out a trip here.
Race number 2, 16 minutes to post, 1 mile on the grass course. Grass listed as good, turf course listed as good today. And a reminder, this second race does start the early pick 4.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Catch the Moon, a maiden special weight for 3-year-olds at a mile on the turf, which is listed good. The temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time in 7 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the second race, Francisco Lopez, the groom for number 2, Double Clutch. Congratulations, Francisco. Award presented by Jockey Club Safety Net, a charitable trust which provides financial relief and assistance to needy members of the thoroughbred industry and their families.
Field is warming up here for the second race today as we are 5 minutes away. And the 6 Mahoney Road we'll start off with for trainer Greg Foley. This horse really looked sharp. It looks like a athlete, to be honest. And there are some horses in here that kind of look like, are they better suited for maybe a different surface or a different distance? To me, he looked like he checked both those boxes, 2 turns on the turf. So I do really still like him, especially out of his last race where he showed speed going 5.5 furlongs. To me, physically, he definitely has the build to suggest that he can get that added distance. The 11 Urban Forest was another horse that I was eyeing in the post parade. We didn't really talk about him on when they were in the paddock, but this horse did have legitimate trouble last time out. I was curious to see what he looked like. Looks like a long, rangy horse that Umberto Rispoli just kind of has to keep in the clear, because I think he's one that, if he finds trouble, it kind of seems like it takes a little bit of time for him to regroup and recover. But looked bright, looked happy today for Belmont. Maybe one to consider at 8-1.
Yeah, they always seem to look good in that Godolphin blue as he carries here today.
The number 7 horse, Truly Mischief, for Whit Beckman, the son of Into Mischief, makes his second career start here today. His debut was as a 2-year-old. They've gelded him since. He gets Lasix. He gets to try grass. He gets to go around a ground. So there's a lot of changes going on with the number 7 horse, Truly Mischief.
He looks like a turf horse for sure. He's got those long, slack pasterns. He's kind of narrow. I think actually he'll like the distance and the surface. You just wonder if his head's in the game, if some of those changes have helped him today. He's by Into Mischief. In the mare, she was a multiple stakes winner sprinting on the turf, and he's actually a half to Super Dormy, who is graded stakes placed on the turf. So there is a tremendous turf family there.
If we could take it over to the number 2 horse, Double Clutch, for a moment, who's carrying the black and gold chevrons of Calumet Farm. Just spoke to his trainer, Rusty Arnold, the half-brother to Gear Jockey. He said they're not as similar. Gear Jockey's a bit a stronger type of horse. He's not quite that way, but he did tell me that he was not surprised by his debut as handicappers were. He was 58-1 on debut and finished third. Said they've always liked this horse. Rusty admitted that first time out, oftentimes his horses get overlooked. It's just not his game. And I also asked him, will he be coming as far back off the pace as he did on debut? He said he would predict that he'll sit a little closer. He's a little sharper coming into this race, so that is a plus, and he's getting plenty of attention today. Nowhere near the 58-1 odds he was at Gulfstream. He's 3-1 in the wagering.
He looks great, Scott. I do think that he needs to be a little bit more forwardly placed to work out a trip from that inside draw, but he does get Corey Lannery today. Definitely looks like a turf horse as well, so we'll see what he can do as he's getting bet down to 7-2, but this is one of the more competitive fields that you'll see on today's program. Many ways to go, as the favorite will have to work out a trip from that outside post 12 at 8-5.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Catch the Moon, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Problems at the start for Spun's Son, who has unseated the rider. Number 5, Spun's Son, unseated the rider coming out of the starting gate. There goes Camp Daddy out for the early lead. Mahoney Road comes away running in second. Double Clutch is away racing in the third position. Mizzen Man fourth between horses. Chasing the Crown is 3 wide in fifth. Around the first turn, Truly Mischief is in sixth. Gross Capital is to the outside, and Growth Capital laying off the rail in seventh. He Reigns is in eighth. Urban Forest is in ninth. Airspeed Velocity 10th. Luckman is last of the 11 now. 23.48 seconds for the opening quarter. Camp Daddy the leader. Camp Daddy the leader 3/4 of a length. Mahoney Road is second on the outside, a length and a half. Double Clutch goes third by a neck. Mizzen Man is fourth up on the outside. Chasing the Crown stays toward the center of the course in fifth. 5 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more lengths. Growth Capital sixth up on the outside, and is followed by Truly Mischief in seventh back toward the rail. It was 47.59 seconds the time for the first half mile. Camp Daddy the leader. Camp Daddy by a half length. Mahoney Road draws alongside now and challenges for the lead. Chasing the Crown swings up 3 wide from third. Double Clutch is in behind horses in fourth. Growth Capital fifth, is still sixth from the front. Camp Daddy, Double Clutch needs room. Truly Mischief dives toward the inside. Double Clutch, Mahoney Road. Truly Mischief is in tight toward the rail. Growth Capital's going to run late. Double Clutch is the leader, though. Growth Capital running out of time. Double Clutch leads it by 2 lengths to Growth Capital. Chasing the Crown in third. Double Clutch to win it for Corey Lannery. Growth Capital was home in second. Chasing the Crown was third. And then Urban Forest rallied up to grab fourth.
He was just getting going. Double Clutch for Calumet Farm, the son of Optimizer, the half-brother to the graded stakes winner Gear Jockey. As Rusty Arnold predicted, sat closer to the pace than he did on debut. And the gallop out was very strong. This is a very impressive performance, and we got a good price, too, 7-2.
Look at how he loves the turf course, just kicking his front feet out in front of him, looking like a happy horse getting to the finish line. Irad Ortiz Jr. did a great job trying to save ground with Growth Capital, especially on the final turn, but he just completely got turned back mid-stretch by Double Clutch, who gets the win at 7-2. It's going to be 2, 12, 8 across the board, unofficially for race 2.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 2, Double Clutch, finished first. Number 12, Growth Capital, second. Number 8, Chasing the Crown, third. The 11, Urban Forest, fourth. 2, 12, 8, 11, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Catch the Moon, the unofficial winner, number 2, Double Clutch, owned and bred in Kentucky by the Calumet farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Rusty Arnold. Corey Lannery is the jockey. Double Clutch, a 3-year-old son of Optimizer, out of Switching Gears by Tappet. 1 mile over the turf listed good, 1 minute 36.15. Results of the second race official, 2:12, 8:11, the official results for Keeneland's second race. And the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Catch the Moon to the connections of Double Clutch. Presentation by Shannon Kelly, Jockey Club Safety Net. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is listed fast. In the third event, scratch part of entry, number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. Jockey change for the 2, Bold Figure. That'll be Thiago Canuto. Number 2, Bold Figure, Thiago Canuto, the jockey. The weight remains 118 pounds. Fourth race, scratch number 9, Crahen Bull. Scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain. And scratch number 13, Kingmaker. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 9, Crahen Bull. Scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain. And scratch number 13, Kingmaker. Please note, number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, though, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Again, number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race. Contrary to the program, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Overweight, the 6 Vintage Vinyl, jockey 1 pound over. Number 6 Vintage Vinyl, jockey 1 pound over. Checking the fifth race, scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Scratch the 14, Gingrich, the 15, Tyson, and the 16, Blacksmith Strong. That's in the fifth. Scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch 14, Gingrich, 15, Tyson, and 16, Blacksmith Strong. A reminder, number 13, Skylander, draws into the race. Again, number 13, Skylander, draws into the race. Overweight, the 5, Play Action Pass, the jockey 1 pound over.
race number 3, $50,000 claiming event. This event will take place at 3/4 on the main track, 3/4 of a mile, 6 furlongs, fillies and mares 4 and up. And first part of the entry is a scratch. So the 1A is the lone runner that will go for the Greg Foley entry. That is Dance Rhythms. This is as basic as it gets as far as handicapping, Gabby. Playing the class drop here, hoping that it wakes this mare up. It's been a while since she's picked up a win, but she's got some back class to her. She's made over $357,000 with 8 victories in 43 starts. So the drop in class is going to be key for her today if she gets into the winner's circle with Tyler Gaffalione.
And some may think that maybe her best surface is sprinting on the turf, and I would agree with that statement, but she still has fast races on the main track as well, which she finds herself in that situation today. 81 by her speed figure would win this race, in my opinion, and that was what she got the last time that she sprinted on the dirt. Now, that was a surface with a little bit of moisture in it, but what I do like about her is that she can be quick, she'll be forwardly placed, maybe not on the lead, but she's fast, a 7-year-old mare, and she knows how to win. She just needs a class relief.
The number 9 horse, your top selection, my second choice. That's Short Summer Dress for Eddie Keneally. She comes off of a 2-month layoff. She was a winner 2 races back at Fairgrounds and then couldn't hang in the same fashion that she was able to back on the 15th of January. Much different pace scenario. I think the very fast pace is what ultimately caught up with her in that most recent race when you compare it to her race back on the 15th of January.
Especially those internal fractions when she went 45 and 4 for the half. You just can't compete or you can't run with horses and sustain it, especially at 3/4 going that quickly. So I think she's going to be on the lead, drop in class. Luis Saez get out of the gate and try to go gate to wire.
And the number 9 horse, Short Summer Dress, will be offered at the Keeneland April sale. She'll be hip number 4, consigned by Paramount Sales, the daughter of Munnings from that Candy Ride first stamp. So look for Short Summer Dress, the 9, as hip 4 at the Keeneland April sale. There's the 7, our co-third choice, Remain Anonymous for Wayne Catalano, back on dirt. She's another one that takes a class drop here today from her runs at Turfway Park.
Yes, she's taken a drop in class. I had a problem picking her on top because she doesn't necessarily like to win. She's got 3 victories with 7 seconds. She always kind of finds an excuse to lose, but it is Wayne Catalano. He points horses for this meet. He does a great job at this meet as well. She's 3-1. She does make a lot of sense. I thought this was a pretty level playing field, Scott.
14 minutes to post. It's race 3 on this Saturday at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Fillies and mares age 4 and up, a $50,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. Again, scratch part of entry, number 1, Sterling Miss, and scratch the 5, Distinctive Flower. Jockey for the 2, Bold Figure, is Thiago Canuto. That's number 2, Bold Figure, the jockey Thiago Canuto. The weight remains 118 pounds. Post time in 5 minutes.
As we come front side, my opinion has just been verified on these horses as we watch them warm up. Dance Rhythms, the 1A, part of the entry for Greg Foley that remains in this race. She was on her toes. She was showing quite a bit of good energy, and I like the fact that she is warming up in the fashion that she is and just showing that spark when she got with the pony. Good price right now as she sits at odds of 4-1. Same with Remain Anonymous. This filly looked nice. The mare by Tapiture for the Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners off the 2-month layoff. We talked about her and the class drop that she takes, but she is amongst the better looking mares in this race, as is the number 9 horse, who has gone down to even money right now from 6-5 just a moment ago to even money, back up to 6-5, and now back to evens. Short summer dress. The mare by Munnings, who was purchased at the Keeneland November sale of 2020. She's made over $185,000. And once again, she will be offered at the upcoming April sale here at Keeneland on April 29th. Following the final race on closing day, she'll be hip number 4 for Paramount Sales. Good luck. It's race 3, less than 4 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Dance Rhythms was off a step slowly. There goes Short Summer Dress out for the lead. Vintage Ready has early speed. Bold Figure to the inside. Recoded comes away running in the fourth position. Here's Vintage Ready now moving up to put ahead in front. Short Summer Dress second up on the outside. Bold Figure close third to the inside. Recoded fourth. Habanero is in fifth. Remain Anonymous sixth toward the outside. 6 lengths off the lead. Gap of 2 more then. Back to Yogurt next to last. And Dance Rhythms trails 22.28 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Vintage Ready against the rail is the leader. Vintage Ready leads it by just a half length. Short Summer Dress second by a length and a half. Recoded is third. Remain Anonymous going to have to go 4 wide to the top of the stretch from fourth. Habanero is in fifth, 5 lengths from that front foursome. And here's Remain Anonymous, who keeps moving up on the outside to challenge Short Summer Dress for the lead. And Recoded is third between that pair. Vintage Ready drops back. Past the 8th pole, Short Summer Dress, short lead. And Remain Anonymous is right there in second, followed by Recoded in third. A 16th to go. Short Summer Dress chased all the way by Remain Anonymous and Recoded. Short Summer Dress to win it 3/4 of a length from Remain Anonymous and Recoded. Further back, Habanero crossed the line in fourth.
She would not be denied. Short Summer Dress, the odds-on favorite. She got the challenge. 2 past her outside from the number 7 horse, Remain Anonymous, but she digs back in and wins this one in game fashion. Well done to Eddie Keneally, who owns this one alongside Will Carey, a Munnings mare that will be offered at the Keeneland April sale as hip number 4, part of the Paramount Sales Consignment Update. Another catalog page here with Short Summer Dress.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's third race, number 9, Short Summer Dress, finished first. Number 7, Remain Anonymous, second. Number 3, Recoded, was third. Number 4, Habanero, was fourth. 9-7-3-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 9, Short Summer Dress, owned by Will Carey and Eddie Keneally. Eddie Keneally, the trainer, and Luis Saez, the jockey. Short Summer Dress, a 5-year-old daughter of Munnings out of Storm Star by Candy Ride, bred in Kentucky by El Capi Racing, LLC. Keeneland November sales grad gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 11.4 seconds. And as Scott mentioned, Short Summer Dress cataloged for Keeneland's upcoming Horses of Racing Age sale on Friday, April 29. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 9-7, 3-4, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, the cavorting, double and pick 3 wagering. This will start a pick 4 as well. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. In the fourth race, scratch number 9, Krahenbull, scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain, and scratch number 13, Kingmaker. That's in the fourth race, scratch number 9, Krahenbull. Also scratch the 11, Cloud Without Rain, and scratch number 13, Kingmaker. A reminder, number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey is Rafael Bejarano. Overweight, the 6 vintage vinyl, the jockey 1 pound over. That's number 6 vintage vinyl, the jockey 1 pound over. Fifth race, scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch 14 Gingrich, 15 Tyson, and 16 Blacksmith Strong. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch 14 Gingrich, 15 Tyson, 16 Blacksmith Strong. Please note number 13 Skylander draws into the race. Again, number 13 Skylander draws into the race. Overweight, the 5 Play Action Pass, jockey 1 pound over. That's the 5 Play Action Pass, jockey 1 pound over. No changes at this time in race 6 or in race 7.
With this 11-race card today at Keeneland Racecourse, we are giving you 3 opportunities to play a pick 4. We start a mid-card pick 4, 50-cent minimum wager, races 4 through 7, the sequence there, so keep that in mind. Mid-card pick 4 begins here with race number 4. True Jedi is the number 10 horse, and my top selection for Dare to Dream Stable and others, a Carpe Diem colt who was very fast on debut and shouldn't be a surprise, Gabby. He's a half-brother to Chancelot, the Grade 2 Amsterdam winner, who ran one of the faster Amsterdams that we've ever seen. In fact, may have set the track record, if I'm not mistaken, in that race up at Saratoga. But True Jedi debuted on the turf, now moves over to the main track. If he holds true to his family's form, should be an easy transition for him.
It is interesting, though, how he debuted on the turf, and now Chris Davis decides to run him on the dirt. You never know which races go, which races don't go, what the trainer intent is. But he was very fast at 5 furlongs, and the concern is always, can they duplicate it on the dirt at a longer distance? But he will be in front.
You've got the 7 on top, 9-1 right now, the price on this gelding. He's had 5 opportunities. He's yet to hit the top 3. What leads you to the belief that today will be the day?
Look at how fast his races have been. 21-1, 44-3 for the half. He just can't run that quickly with other horses. I think today it'll be a slower pace. He'll get the right type of setup, stalking the speed of the 10 True Jedi. And I don't think that True Jedi can get the distance. So I think Improbable Journey is going to be in that perfect position.
The 8-5 favorite is the number 8 horse that's under oath for Windstar Farm. Here's another well-bred colt running in this race. He's by Speightstown. He's from the multiple graded stakes winning First Dam JoJo Warrior. And on debut, he set the pace in the slop, and he actually finished in front of a horse named Emirates Road, who we saw win on opening weekend for trainer Brendan Walsh.
But he also finished 3rd behind Cape Trafalgar, who lost as a heavy favorite for Saffie Joseph Jr. coming up here. He was 3rd as a heavy favorite against Maiden Special Weight Company. I'm against him here, Scott, because this horse is bred top and bottom to love the slop. And a lot of the time we see horses have a gaudy figure and they just can't duplicate that. He is bred, Speightstown, out of a Pioneer of the Mile mare, to love the slop. So you think that maybe he'll downgrade today.
And how about the 3 horse, the pedigree on this colt? He is a son of the champion Arrogate and the First Dam Paula's Silver Lining, that daughter of Go Sapper. Multiple Grade 1 victories, made over $1.5 million. She won the Grade 1 Madison here at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is her son, Arturius, a first-time starter for Juddmonte Farms, a homebred for Juddmonte, and gets getting things started here today. A lot of expectations surrounding this colt, one would imagine, as he sits at 7-2 and looks very classy as he's down there already saddled up.
This is the first foal to race out of that really successful mare, earner of $1.5 million. And you always wonder, is this just a starting point for a horse like this? Is he going to want to go longer? Will he be able to handle things from the inside post? All I know is that Chad Brown, he's had some really nice winners. He's had some really tough beats, but most of his horses have been live. He's pointed the right horses here for this meet. So I think it's telling why this horse shows up in this maiden special weight race, but he is a little bit chilly on the board at 7-2.
13 minutes to post. Race number 4, maiden special weight, $100,000 maiden special weight, 3-year-olds going 6 furlongs. And a reminder, this does start the 50-cent mid-card pick 4, races 4 through 7, the sequence. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 4th race, the Cavorting. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 and also pick 4 wagering featured here. Scratch number 9, Crahen Bull. Scratch number 11, Cloud Without Rain. And scratch number 13, Kingmaker. Please note that number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws into the race, but contrary to the program, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. Number 14, You Make Me Happy, draws in. The jockey will be Rafael Bejarano. Overweight, the 6th vintage final. Jockey 1 pound over. Post time is 6 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 4th race, Rafael Portillo, the groom for number 6 vintage vinyl. Presented by Bluegrass Farm Charities, an organization devoted to providing health and human services to people working in all aspects of the thoroughbred racing industry in central Kentucky. Rafael, congratulations.
Looking at the field, warming up here 5 minutes out, and this is a very, very tough maiden special weight. We have several first-time starters in here, and we'll start with one of them, Artorias, a first-time starter for trainer Chad Brown, by Arrogate out of Paula Silver Lining, who herself earned over $1.5 million, and this is her first foal to race. Now, when I was looking at that pedigree, I was expecting maybe a bigger-bodied horse, but that is not what I'm seeing right now. He is small, compact, extremely athletic, racy-looking. I was concerned that this horse might not, have the physique to win maybe first time out, but I don't see that whatsoever. He looks very handy, very agile, all things that you want to see in a horse as a first-time starter. He does draw towards the inside, which could be tricky, but he's on his toes. Maybe he'll show some speed, maybe he won't, I don't know, but he does look like a very athletic sort for Juddmonte Farms homebred. The number 2, Riccio, is another one that I wanted to focus on. They paid $60,000 for this horse as a yearling at the September sale right here at Keeneland. A son of Gormley out of Voodoo Lounge. And when you look at the bottom side of the family, there are a lot of claimers, but I like the progression that this horse has made in terms of his works in the morning. And he's another one that just looks really stout, very strong, but I'm not crazy about how he's acting with the pony right now, Scott. Not only do you have to be built to win first time out, you also have to have the mental capacity. So we'll see. Just pay attention to him as we get closer to post. But physically, I thought he looked great as a long shot.
Yeah, he's a big price right now, 26-1 on the tote board. We'll go to the 10 horse. I had a chance to catch up with Chris Davis. His trainer asked him why he debuted this horse on turf, being a half-brother to that speedster on dirt, Chance-A-Lot. and or Chancelot, excuse me, and he said that he's a half-brother to a horse that made a couple $100,000 on the turf as well, and Carpe Diem, who was the son of Giant's Causeway, that's the sire of True Jedi. And also part of the motivation is that Chris said he has two really nice 3-year-olds. He wanted to keep them separate, so went in 2 different directions with them, but he doesn't have any reason to think that he's not going to handle the dirt here today.
All right. He's on the dirt today, and he's going to be forwardly placed, but he might have to contend with this horse, the number 8, Under Oath, who is your current 7-5 favorite and was forwardly placed in his first start. We'll see how it all shakes out. Very nice maiden special weight, and 3 minutes up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the cavorting start of the mid-card, pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. The judge and jury comes right out for the lead. True Jedi comes away second. Under Oath is away in the 3rd position. Dini Demore moves up now down toward the inside, but the judge and jury leads it by 2 lengths. Dini Demore challenging for second. True Jedi regains second up on the far outside. Improbable Journey moves up in 3rd. Dini Demore is now in 4th. You Make Me Happy moves up 1 spot from 5th. Under Oath 6th on the outside. 6 lengths off the lead onto the far turn. Riccio 7th. Artorias is in the 8th position. Strings is 9th. 10th around the turn, followed by Vintage Vinyl Kansas Comet at the back. It was 22.13 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. The judge and jury leading True Jedi only by a neck off the far turn. You Make Me Happy moves up on the far outside and third. Improbable Journey looks for room fourth toward the inside. Under Oath is fifth down the center of the track, still 3 lengths from the front. True Jedi, the judge and jury go at it. Under Oath runs on the far outside. You Make Me Happy is there fighting on. Improbable Journey is looking for room fifth. Meanwhile, Under Oath is running by from the outside. Artorias is running late and running fast, but here comes the wire. Under Oath wins it. Artorias with a big late run was home second. Multiple horse photo to separate third and fourth.
Under Oath, the well-bred son of Speightstown, who comes into this race off of that good debut at Gulfstream Park, changes it up, comes from off the pace. He got the setup. The fractions were fast. And also keep an eye on the 3-horse Artorias, who explodes late onto the scene.
You want to talk about a gallop out? That is a gallop out, Artorias. He just got going so late, but he's making up so much ground. And after the wire, he galloped out past the entire field. But, Scott, it only counts at the finish line. And at the finish line, Under Oath hangs on for the victory to get the job done as the favorite at 6-5.
The unofficial winner of Keeneland's fourth race, the cavorting, number 8 Under Oath, owned by the Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, trained by Todd Pletcher, jockey Flavian Pratt. Under Oath, 3-year-old son of Speightstown out of JoJo Warrior by Pioneer of the Nile, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.73 seconds. The unofficial result, number 8 Under Oath was first, number 3 Artorias second, number 7 Improbable Journey third, number 10 True Jedi fourth, 8-3, 7-10 unofficial. In the winner's circle, the cavorting trophy presentation by Julie Kwasniewski, Bluegrass Farms Charities. To the connections. Under oath. Results of Keeneland's fourth official, 8-3-7-10. That result official for Keeneland's fourth. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. Ask for that wager by name. The turf is listed good. Temporary rail is down today. In this fifth race, scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratch the 14, Gingrich. Scratch the 15, Tyson. And scratch the 16, Blacksmith Strong. I said the fifth race, scratch 3, Slim, Slow Slider. Scratch the 14, Gingrich. Scratch the 15, Tyson. Scratch the 16, Blacksmith Strong. A reminder, number 13, Skylander draws into the race. Number 13, Skylander draws into the race. Overweight number 5, Play Action Pass, jockey 1 pound over. No changes in race 6, none in race 7. Looking to the 8th race, scratch number 7, Social Chatter, and scratch number 13, Ambassador Luna. That's in the 8th race. Scratch number 7, Social Chatter. Scratch 13, Ambassador Luna. A reminder, number 15, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Checking the 9th race, the Stone Street Lexington. A reminder, the overweight, number 6, Skate to Heaven, jockey 1 pound over. That's the 6, Skate to Heaven, the jockey 1 pound over. Race 10, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley has no changes. And checking the 11th and final race, scratch the 10, Our Nation on Parade. It's in the 11th and final race, scratch 10, Our Nation on Parade.
Afternoon's fifth race at Keeneland starts the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, $3 minimum wager, races 5, 8, and 10. The sequence for the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 starting right now in race number 5, or in 17 minutes rather. The number 2 horse, my top play, who is 6-1 right now, that is Freedom's Way for Eddie Kenneally, a colt by declaration of war, who has shown steady improvement each and every step of the way, Gabby. Saez is back in the saddle, Luis Saez. So if that progression continues, wouldn't be shocked if this colt's able to pull a very mild upset at 6-1.
And talking about the pick 3, Scott, I did think that this was the race in the sequence that you wanted to have coverage, because I could make a case for Freedom's Way. The 2 could make a case for several other horses in here as well. Whereas you have the Turf Sprint later today. Campanelli is going to be the heavy favorite, I would imagine. And then you get to the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. That's the third leg in the sequence. Some people will be singling Chantisara or maybe using both of the Chad Brown runners. But this race, Scott, looked like a spread race, including Freedom's Way coming in off that victory last out.
Credit event has to be on the ticket. There's no doubt if you're playing the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Son of Not This Time for Klarovich Stables, 1-for-1 in his career, and was debuted in a synthetic track race at Gulfstream Park.
Yes, but I do think that that still will set him up nicely to get to the turf today. We saw Chad earlier in the week win with a horse that was coming in off of a victory on the synthetic at Gulfstream, came here to Keeneland and won on the turf. I could see a similar situation with this horse. He didn't get much pace, found himself mid-pack, went on to win easily by almost 4 lengths in that event, and it just did come so easily to him. Tyler Gaffalione was aboard that day. He comes back aboard him here today, and not this time has had an incredible season wherever his progeny has been running, whether it be turf, dirt, everywhere in between.
The second choice on the tote board currently is the 6 at 3-1 limited liability for Stuart Jandy III, a Kitten's Joy colt who broke his maiden on debut and then competed against Graded Stakes Company in the next couple, running against Coinage and Annapolis. He comes off of a 6-month layoff last seen in the Pilgrim and gets Lasix for the first time here today.
I thought that he would be a little bit of a shorter price. 3-1 seems fair for a horse that had been competing against Graded Stakes Company in his 2-year-old season, making his 3-year-old debut today. But Scott, the Pilgrim was a 4-horse field. He was third in that 4-horse field. He was third in a 6-horse field in the With Anticipation. I just thought he'd be a shorter price because he has gone against Graded Stakes competition. But 3-1, I think, is a fair wager. This horse does have some talent. He was good enough to win at first asking, so that's a good indication that he'll be ready off the layoff.
Horse that's drawn to his outside is the 7 horse. That's Merci, a colt by Noble Mission, 1-for-1 in his career, debuted at Tampa Bay Downs. And we've seen a lot of horses over the years debuted at Tampa on that grass course to set themselves up for a spring run here at Keeneland.
Not only is he by Noble Mission, but he's out of a female family that is win early, a couple of win early types in that female family. And going back and watching this horse's last race, he was keen early. Unfortunately, then he was extremely wide the final turn. Not everything went his way, and he still overcame that to win easily. So now today, I think with one underneath of him and the ability to maybe step forward, you know, he kind of figured it all out in his first race. If he's a bit more professional and he can improve, he's right there with the top contenders.
And then finally, we'll round it out with Setna the Wise, the number 12 horse. Jimmy Graham will be riding for NBS Stable. They spent some money on this colt last year, $335,000. He's being sent out again by Jason Barkley, and on debut was a winner. He's a big price at 15-1, so don't be surprised that this colt's able to outrun his odds here today. It's not the best of draws, but he's done nothing wrong so far in his career.
Nothing wrong at all. He closed to win in his first race, and he actually wasn't a big price in that event. He was 6-1. He has to work out a trip, though, from that outside post. I kind of think that you have to be much the best in order to win from out there, but we'll see what he's capable of at 16-1, now facing winners in just his second start.
Once again, race number 5, first level allowance condition at 1.16 on the turf course. These are straight 3-year-olds, and begins the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. That sequence 5, 8, and 10. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Dreaming of Julia. An allowance for 3-year-olds at 1 1/16 over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering started the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. In this 5th race, scratch number 3, Slim Slow Slider. Also scratched the 14 Gingrich, the 15 Tyson, and the 16 Blacksmith Strong. A reminder, number 13 Skylander draws into the race. Again, number 13 Skylander draws into the race. Overweight number 5 Play Action Pass, the jockey 1 pound over, 6 minutes to post. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 5th race is Juan Morelia, the groom for number 9, Lesson Learned. Congratulations, Juan.
It's a good group of, or a big group, of good-looking horses on the track today, and this is the first leg of that Turf Pick 3 sequence. I still think you need to have coverage and definitely include the number 2 Freedom's Way. His last race was impressive. He looks like a horse that continues to improve and figure things out with each and every start. I also thought Luis Saez gave him a picture-perfect ride last time out, and he finds himself back aboard here today. He is just very professional. You can see Louis giving him a little pat on the neck right now. Just a really classy individual, especially after the warm-up here, after he got some of that nervous energy out of him. He's standing in nicely, looking towards the infield, and just a big, strong-looking colt here, the 2 Freedom's Way. Definitely a must-use, in my opinion. The 6 Limited Liability is a horse that's coming in off of a layoff. The one thing that I noticed about him is just how much on his toes he is today. Most oftentimes for Shug McGahee, we see his horses just be very relaxed, very calm in the afternoon, and this horse is high energy. That could be because he is coming in off the layoff. I don't think that that's a bad thing. He's fresh. He's ready to go. I still think that he, may have to take one step forward in order to win here, but he is still a decent price at 3-1. The number 7, Merci, for trainer Christophe Clement, did everything right in his first race, except the fact that he was pulling really hard early. This horse was actually featured in our Trip Notes earlier today at Keeneland, and I saw the same thing that our Trip Notes guys found. He was keen early. He was extremely wide the final turn as well, and you could see why he was keen early. When they walked out to the track and turned to go in the post parade, this horse just wanted to go. Since then, he settled down nicely under Irad Ortiz Jr., but another beautiful-looking horse here. I thought the 2 and the 7 physically just really stood out. And then the 11, Churchtown Scott, I believe you spoke to Roger Atfield about this horse. What did he have to say?
He said he's hopeful that he doesn't make the lead, and that's something that he's done, and he's going to leave it up to Paco Lopez. He was telling me back during his early days when he was riding steeplechase races, when trainers would give him too many instructions, it would really mess him up, and that's something that he doesn't like to do with his riders. But he's hopeful that he can not be as forward as he has been in his recent starts, and we'll see how that works out. He's 8-1 right now on the tote board, and I think absolutely a live player here in this 5th race.
Yeah, he came from off the pace in his first race, but that was a sprint distance. So I would imagine if it doesn't work out today, maybe less distance in Churchtown's future. He's on the board right now at 9-1. A really good group of 3-year-olds up next to kick off that Turf Pick 3. Make sure you get your wagers in.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Dreaming of Julia, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Freedom's Way from the inside, along with Underdressed. Here's Lesson Learned moving up. Churchtown out in the center of the course. Lesson Learned moves up and has the lead now. Churchtown goes second on the outside of Freedom's Way. Underdressed is fourth. Here's a move from Watch the Music, who moves up from the center of the pack, goes wide to the first turn, picks up a couple of spots, goes to third, challenges for second, now draws closer to the leader. But Lesson Learned is the leader against the rail and saves the ground, leading it by just a length. Watch the Music is second by a half length. Churchtown to the inside is in third. Underdressed is fourth. Freedom's Way is fifth. Credit Event is sixth to the inside. Play Action Pass is seventh up on the outside. Brit Swit further back is in eighth position. And then Setna the Wise, who travels between horses in ninth, nearly 9 lengths from the lead. Skylander 10th up on the outside. Merci is 11th. Limited Liability last of the 12. 23.72 at the quarter, 48.82 for the opening half mile. Lesson Learned and Watch the Music Take 1-2, separated by a half length. Underdressed toward the outside is third. Churchtown back to the inside fourth. Freedom's Way tries to pick up the leaders, has to go wide in fifth, 3 lengths from the front. Then Play Action Pass. Credit Event is down toward the inside, still 5 lengths from the front, followed by Skylander. Mercy's going to go wide, 8 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Watch the music lesson learned. Underdressed to join them, and Freedom's Way up on the outside. Credit Event is still down toward the inside. Play Action Pass looks for some running room as well. It's wide open. Freedom's Way trying to catch Underdressed, and Play Action Pass. Now Limited Liability. Limited Liability coming with huge strides on the outside. Limited Liability just in front of Freedom's Way. Limited Liability wins at Freedom's Way home second. Then Play Action Pass, followed by Merci. And that was the story of race 5, Limited Liability. Big stretch run.
We pick it up at the top of the stretch, and he has a lot of work to do. Limited Liability. He may have been last as they spun for home, and he's able to gobble up the ground and run him down late at odds of 4-1 under Jose Ortiz.
Scott, this was a tale of 2 very different trips for the 2 horses that were the favorite. Limited Liability, an unencumbered trip towards the outside, but the number 4 Credit Event, he almost went down in the middle of the stretch. It looked like he actually clipped heels and had to check under Tyler Gaffalione, but it definitely did pay off for Jose Ortiz to sit patiently, angled wide, and then come with that closing stretch. I think this is going to be a very productive group of horses moving forward. Limited Liability for trainer Shug McGahee.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 6, Limited Liability, finished first. Number 2, Freedom's Way, was second. Number 5, Play Action Pass, was third. Number 7, Merci, was fourth. 6-2, 5-7, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 5th race official. 6-2-5-7 official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 5th race, the Dreaming of Julia, number 6, limited liability, owned and bred in Kentucky by Stuart S. Chaney III. Shug McGahee trains. Jose Ortiz rides limited liability. 3-year-old son of Kitten's Joy out of Hold Harmless by Blame. 1 minute 43.75 seconds for the mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. At Keeneland, the early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation upcoming for the 5th race. In the winner's circle, the Dreaming of Julia trophy presentation. Richard Royster of Stone Street presents to the connections of limited liability. Keeneland's 6th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, turf is good. 6th race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in this 6th race. Looking ahead, no changes in race 7. The 8th race, the Giants Causeway Stakes. Scratch number 7, Social Chatter. Scratch number 13, Ambassador Luna. That's in the 8th race, scratch number 7, Social Chatter, and scratch number 13, Ambassador Luna. A reminder, number 15, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. 9th race, overweight, the 6, Skate to Heaven, jockey 1 pound over. That's the 9th race, Stone Street, Lexington, number 6, Skate to Heaven, jockey 1 pound over. 10th race, the Grade 1, Jenny Wiley, has no changes. 11th and final race, scratch the 10, Our Nation on Parade. That's the 11th and final race, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade.
Race number 6 on the card, 16 minutes to post, and we're looking right now into the paddock at the one who's back there behind the tree getting saddled up. There he is, Meister for Ian Wilkes, a Bodemeister gelding for CHP Racing. He's shown some life in his last few races, draws the inside, which I don't think is a bad thing here, Gabby. Going into that first turn, trying to save ground, and then having that short stretch to work with, I think that's a plus to be drawn post one here at Keeneland, and he's run well here in the past as well.
He has, and yes, he does have the right running style here to be a little bit more forwardly placed. And to be honest, Scott, I think 2 turns is probably a little bit better for this horse now stretching out from the 1-turn mile. You like him a little bit more than I do, but I still thought that he was a contender in this race, especially after his last performance.
You've got the 7 on top, who's 14-1. He's got that outside draw to have to navigate. Colt by McLean's Music, who is, as mentioned, a big price. He's 1 for 5 in his career. That lone victory coming up in Chicago at Hawthorne Racecourse.
I don't think he should be this big of a price. Those races, those allowance races at Oaklawn came up ultra tough, especially that race 2 starts back Fan Club. The winner, he got a mid-80 buyer speed figure for that victory, and this horse only finished a couple of lengths behind him. Palace Coup was the second place finisher. He would come back to win. You just look at the running lines here, even Caddo River for Brad Cox, Breaking News last time out. These are legitimate horses, and I think that he's better going a distance of ground than sprinting, so I'm happy to see him stretch back out to 1 mile and a 16th.
Having a little bit of issue with him getting saddled, so they're going to get him moving and hopefully get him distracted as they've just about gotten the girth on. I believe that's what they're working on with the number 7 horse. Let's go over to the number 2 horse, Rational Choice. Here's a colt by Candy Ride for the Klarovich Stables. Currently the 2-1 favorite. Here's another colt that's competing this weekend at Keeneland that'll be offered at the upcoming Keeneland April sale. He'll sell his hip number 69 with Elite Sales, so look for Rational Choice at the Keeneland April sale, which will take place after the last race on April 29th. But a colt that just broke his maiden going a 1-turn mile, maybe contends with the lead. You know, if Meister doesn't make the lead, I wouldn't be shocked if Flavian Pratt has him there, or if Meister does, then Flavian can sit just off of him.
Yes, I do think that that is probably the strategy for this horse, especially even stretching out to 1 mile and a 16th. My only concern with him, and he does look like an improving sort, but his last race was only a field of 5, and he was a heavy favorite in there. He was bet down at 25 cents to the dollar. So I just wonder, how tough was the field that he beat last time out?
Finally, the 6 horse, Wagering, a colt by Into Mischief. You talked about Caddo River and that race that Martini Blue ran against him. Wagering found Caddo River in that most recent allowance race down at Oaklawn Park. So he's kept some good company, and a horse that always seems to set forward as far as his races are concerned early on.
Yes, I think the more we look at this race and the more we talk about it, Scott, I think it's going to be a pretty fast pace. Wagering could be forwardly placed, Soros could be forwardly placed, stretching out in distance, and even the number 1 Meister with Julian Leparoux, you want to get a forward position with the rail. So we could see a pretty contentious and a fast pace, potentially setting up for those horses sitting mid-pack or closer.
6 races remain on this Saturday, which means that this will start the Pick 6. And of those 6 races, 3 stakes races, including the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley and the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. So a wonderful sequence ahead of us. Good luck. You've got 12 minutes to get those plays in and get involved.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Supreme, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up at 1 mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 6, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and the start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track fast, turf good, post time at 7 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 6th race is Eric Mariquin, the groom for number 2, Rational Choice, presented by New Vocations, the country's largest racehorse adoption program. Eric, congratulations.
Bring you fun side for race number 6. Start of the pick 6. You can see the pool over $100,000. Wonderful sequence ahead of us, and Meister is where we'll begin. Had good energy when he came out onto the track, and that's, I think, a good sign. Like we said before, hope this horse can make the lead, sit just off of it if the number 2 horse, Rational Choice, doesn't really take the initiative and go for it. It's going to be quite an interesting battle between these inside 2 runners into that first turn. As we move over to Rational Choice, best turned out for this race, good-looking colt by Candy Ride. He was purchased for $375,000 at the November sale of 2018 here at Keeneland, and once again will be offered at the April sale, hip number 69, part of the elite consignment. You can see him rolling solo now without the pony, and he currently sits at 8-5 on the tote board. The 3-horse Southern Passage, didn't really touch on him, but like the way that this colt looked as well. He's kept some very deep company in his recent starts. It's been 8 months since we've seen him run, and his workouts most recently have come down in South Florida at Gulfstream Park. So ships up here for Dale Romans. Joe Talamo jumps into the saddle. Joe rode him to his maiden-breaking victory back in November 2020 at Churchill Downs, and that's the last time that Joe Talamo rode this son of Super Savers. So perhaps the team getting back together can spark something here with him at odds of 10-1. But as we've said, so much of this race is going to be won or lost going into the first turn. Not only the inside 2, but what Wagering is going to be able to do from the outside post with Jose Ortiz. Pay attention to that run into the first turn. Best of luck. Good luck in the pick 6 if you are playing. Good luck in all your wagering endeavors here for race number 6 on this beautiful Saturday afternoon.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Supreme, start of the Pick 6. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Soros. Soros out for the lead, but here comes Martini Blue and also Wagering. Martini Blue moves up the outside. Meister kicks in down toward the inside. As they scramble down to the first turn, the lead battle continues. Martini Blue starts to clear the inside traffic now, gets over next to the rail. By the time they get onto the first turn, will save some ground now with the lead against the rail by a length. So, Martini Blue in front by a length, and Meister second by a half length. Wagering third up on the outside. Soros backs away against the rail into fourth. Rational Choice fifth. Mr. Tip sixth. Break of 5 more lengths back. Southern Passage last of the 7. Opening quarter in 23.57 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go. Martini Blue is the leader by 3/4 of a length. Meister is second by a length and a half at the midpoint of the backstretch. Wagering is in third by 3. Soros is fourth by 5. Back to Rational Choice, Mr. Tip. Gap of 3 more lengths, Southern Passage at the back. 47.1 seconds the time for the first half mile. Martini Blue, the leader. Martini Blue by 3/4 of a length. Meister's second, a length and a half. Wagering third by 3.5 lengths. Back to Soros. Rational Choice is in fifth. They are midway on the far turn. Rational Choice is now fourth, still 7 lengths off the lead. Mr. Tip tries to get going behind him, but the leader is at the quarter pole, and it is Martini Blue leading Meister. Rational Choice going to swing out to the center of the track. Wagering needs to find more and find it fast because they're moving into the short stretch. Mr. Tip is fifth, 3 lengths off the lead. Southern Passage is in sixth. Here's Rational Choice, just keeps moving. Rational Choice, sustained run to the lead. Southern Passage is running behind that one. Mr. Tip is third. 16th to go. Rational Choice, Flavian Pratt by 3 lengths. Rational Choice to win it. Southern Passage across the line second, then Mr. Tip and Meister.
That is back-to-back wins for this Keeneland grad, the son of Candy Ride for Klarovich Stables. Comes from off the pace, did not make the lead like we anticipated, perhaps been looking to do. It did not matter. Much the best, and another catalog update for the upcoming Keeneland April sale.
I think that this horse definitely appreciated stretching out to 2 turns. Hip number 69, this horse is going to sell in the April sale coming up with Elite, so make sure you check that out. The number 2, Rational Choice, an update to the catalog, gets a first level allowance win today. 2, 3, 4, 1 across the finish line.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Rational Choice, finished first. Number 3, Southern Passage, was second. The 4, Mr. Tip, was third. And number 1, Meister, fourth. 2, 3, 4, 1, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Supreme, the unofficial winner, number 2, Rational Choice, owned by Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. Flavian Pratt, the winning jockey for the second time today. Rational Choice, a 4-year-old son of Candy Ride out of Wilson's Creek by Bernardini, bred in Kentucky by William B. Harrigan and Mike Petrangelo. Keeneland sales graduate Rational Choice gets a mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 45.61 seconds. Trophy presentation for Race 6, the Supreme. Presentation made by Anna Ford of New Vocations to the connections of Rational Choice. And results of Race 6 are official. 2, 3, 4, 1, the official results for Keeneland's 6th race. Race 7 coming up. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is listed fast. The turf is good today. No changes in this 7th event. 8th race, the Giants Causeway Stakes. A reminder, scratch the 7, Social Chatter, and scratch 13, Ambassador Luna. That's in the 8th race. Scratch the 7, Social Chatter. Scratch number 13, Ambassador Luna. A reminder, the 15, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Race 9, the Stone Street Lexington overweight, the 6 Skate to Heaven, the jockey 1 pound over. That's number 6 Skate to Heaven, the jockey 1 pound over. No changes in race 10, the grade 1 Jenny Wiley. The 11th and final race, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade. That's in the 11th and final event, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade.
It's late pick 5 time here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we'll start with a second level allowance race. 7 furlongs the distance, optional $62,500 tag in this 2 other than allowance race. And we're looking at Injunction, the number 6 horse, who is 7-2 right now in the wagering for Carlo Vaccarezza. His son Nick Vaccarezza, J&G Stables, the owners of this skip shot gelding. He's 1 for 1 here at Keeneland. He went wire to wire, very fast time back in October. He did follow that up with a victory, Gabby 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs, and then just bit off a little bit more than he could chew in the Grade 2 Gulfstream Park Mile, which featured Speaker's Corner, who's been a beast this year in 2022.
I definitely think that graded stakes races are in this horse's future, but that was a very, very tough race to tackle. Graded Stakes Company for the first time. You mentioned Speaker's Corner. He won the race. He came back to recently win the Grade 1 Carter, posting 114 Beyer speed figure. And even the second place finisher, Fearless, who was in there, he won the Go Zapper with a 98 Beyer speed figure. So there were some bears that this horse had to face. Much better company today. This isn't an easy allowance race, but definitely doesn't compare to the Grade 2 he faced last out.
Candy Tycoon, our co-second choice, currently 3-1 on the tote board. That actually makes him the favorite in this race. He comes in off of a 2-month layoff. He was 2-turning down at Oaklawn Park in his last few, but gets back here to Keeneland. He's only raced once before. He ran it against Bell Liminari, but that was 2 turns. I think the 1-turn setup is going to be much more to his liking.
Yeah, he had to chase a quick pace going to mile and a 16th at Oaklawn last time out from post 10 of 10. Today he's well posted, number 4, and I also love the turn back in distance to 1 turn. If you go back to his race going the mile at Churchill Downs, Scott, that was his best career race in which he won 92 Beyer for that race against 2 other than allowance company. So I think he's going to be in a perfect position to pounce, turning back to 1 turn once again, which I think he's best at.
I'll go to the rail for my third play. That is Flamingo Hawk for Peachtree Stable. He's not going to do his best work early on in this race. It's going to be up to Irad Ortiz Jr. to try to navigate a trip and see if he can kick on. But he cuts back in distance. He comes off of a 4-month layoff, and coming from off the pace is the idea here with this gelding.
He will have to work out a trip, though. That rail post at 7/8 is not always an easy trip, but we're talking about pace, and I do think he gets enough pace to close into.
Finally, you've got the number 3, the ride of a lifetime for Ignacio Correas IV, Candy Ride Colts. He was part of the Clocker Report this morning, and he is a winner here at Keeneland in the past.
It's been a while since he's raced. His last race was actually in the fall right here at Keeneland, but he has a tendency to kind of go in and out of form, Scott. On his best day, he can definitely compete with this field at odds of 6-1. Personally, I think he's best with a quick pace at 7 furlongs to close into it, and I hope that's the type of trip that he gets today.
Race number 7 begins the late pick 5. As we've mentioned, we still have 3 stakes races to come, so that will be in that sequence, beginning with the Giants Causeway Stakes, which will be up next, race number 8, following race number 7. Good luck in all your wagers. We'll check back in front side once these runners go through their post parade.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 7th race. The Hot Dixie Chick allowance optional claiming race for $62,500 the price. 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. There are no changes in this 7th event. Main track is fast, turf listed good, 6 minutes to post. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 7th race, Henry Chavez, the groom for number 5. Next, congratulations, Henry.
Field is warming up for race number 7, which once again does start the late pick 5 here this afternoon. There's a look at the number 5 horse next. He was pretty revved up when he came out onto the track, and he continues to show that same sort of energy. This is a son of Not This Time, the number 5 horse with Johnny V in the saddle, who has won here in the past at Keeneland, and he's been heavily tested over the course of his career. They even ran him in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile right here at Keeneland. They tried him in the American Turf, and he comes out of a good group of horses in his most recent start at Turfway Park. He was running against Mr. Dumas, who we saw put together a very nice run here just last weekend.
Just looking at how he looks on the track today, Scott, I would think that he's going to be pretty quick out of the gate and be part of that early pace scenario. But, yeah, I think he's revved up this afternoon, that's for sure.
Let's go to the 6 horse. We talked about Injunction, just like the way that he made his appearance out here when he came for Carlo Vaccarezza, Rafael Bejarano in the saddle. He's on the other side of the number 11 horse, but like everything about this horse, he is photobombing him a bit, but just looks fine as he warms up here.
He's very classy, very, very classy looking horse, and I just think that less distance is better. And when you look at his races at Keeneland and at Churchill, towards the end of last year, he was just really getting good. It was a tough test for him, not only the quality of the field last time out, Scott, but also doing it off of the layoff. I think it'll make him fitter, though, more fit for this afternoon.
Bisquates is the number 9 horse for Lisa Lewis. This one is owned by Peter Brandt. He's a nice-looking runner. Caught my eye. Wasn't initially one of those horses I gravitated towards when handicapping this race, but you got to consider that he's 2 for 2 at this distance. He's not lost going 7 furlongs, and he comes into this race off of a win at Tampa Bay Downs going 7/8 of a mile. He might be a little short on numbers, but at least we know that this is his game.
And Basquiat is going to be the closer in here. When you look at the pace, kind of seems like there's 2 very different types of horses. Speed horses and then closers. There's not a lot of horses in here that are that kind of in-betweeners. So we'll see if Basquiat can have a good trip today, but look for him to be closing. Maybe look for a cavalry charge late in the game, because I think it's going to be a fast pace and lots of closers late.
And we'll finally go to the 3 horse, the Ride of a Lifetime. Remind you, part of the clock report this morning on today at Keeneland. Make sure you join us each and every race day morning at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time as we guide you through these cards. And the Ride of a Lifetime, his first couple of races, he was second behind a pretty good horse, Jackie's Warrior, last year's champion sprinter, who's actually making his first start this year later on today down in Arkansas. But we'll see how he fares. The Ride of a Lifetime, part of the Clocker Report.
I was just speaking to the owner, Stephen Fidel, and he did say, he's had good luck and bad luck here at Keeneland. He had good luck in breaking his maiden at Keeneland, but bad luck in that he had an issue at that race at Keeneland. I think he grabbed his quarter, and then even in his most recent race, they had to give him some time after that. So hopefully he can come back on track. He looks great, though. Really good energy with this colt today.
The horse players have come to play. Look at the size of that late pick 5 pool. $735,000. We're going to be looking at most likely over $800,000 in this pool in the next couple of minutes, as we still have 2 minutes before post time. Great opportunity in front of you. Make sure you get those plays in. 3 stakes races still to come. It starts here in race number 7, the late pick 5. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hot Dixie Chick, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Eben broke alertly. Spiteful Sam has early speed. The Ride of a Lifetime. Here's Injunction moving up as well. Injunction moves up and now puts ahead in front. Next is going to move up also. The Ride of a Lifetime is right there to the inside there and has the lead briefly by a neck. Next is right alongside. Injunction backs away, but is a close third. Spiteful Sam is in fourth far outside. Candy Tycoon moves through a crowd. Fifth into fourth. Flamingo Hawk is sixth down toward the inside. Hear My Song Between Horses is in seventh. Runway Magic is a wide eighth. Eben broke well, but is now ninth. In Between Horses, Basquiat is in 10th, and 2nd of July is last of the 11, 22.43 seconds the time for the opening quarter. next. Puts ahead in front around the far turn. The ride of a lifetime is there to the inside. Spiteful Sam moves up. Injunction is right there as well. Now Injunction moves through a four-way shuffle and has the lead by a neck to the top of the stretch. Candy Tycoon is third right behind Spiteful Sam. Hear My Song has to go wide off the far turn. And then Eben. They turn for home. Spiteful Sam, narrow lead from Injunction. Candy Tycoon is there. Eben looks for running room. Hear My Song to the outside. Eben's going to dive to the rail. Hear My Song's going to come from the outside past the 8th pole. Injunction still there fighting on. Eben to the inside of Injunction. Hear My Song on the far outside. Eben pokes ahead in front past the 16th pole. Hear My Song runs on. Injunction is there in between that pair. Eben, Hear My Song. Head bobbing photo for the win. Either Eben or Hear My Song for the top spot.
Regardless of the outcome of this photo finish, it's going to be a big price in here. You've got Hear My Song and the 10-horse Eben 8-1 or 21-1 as the closers continue to perform well here at Keeneland on the main track.
Yeah, let's take another look here at the horses coming down the stretch, paying attention to the outside runner and Hear My Song and the inside. Scott, it's really hard to tell. We're going to have to get another angle at these horses kind of throwing it down to the finish line. Here's a closer look, paying attention to the rail horse and the outside horse, the 10 and the 8. Does the 8 ever get past the 10?
We'll find out. I mean, let's go to this rail cam and see if we can find anything out here. I think the next shot is going to be the one that reveals the most as far as the photo finish before the photo comes down. Overhead shot, 10's in front. 6 ran a giant race, by the way, at odds of 2-1 to hang in there. I think you're right. I don't know that the 8 ever got past the 10, but clearly it comes down to the photo.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 10, Eben, finished first. Number 8, Hear My Song, was second. Number 6, Injunction, was third. And number 4, Candy Tycoon, fourth. 10-8-6-4, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Hot Dixie Chick goes to number 10, Eben, owned by Praveen Patel, trained by Juan Cano. Adam Beschitza with his second win on the day. The results are now official. Eben, a 7-year-old gelded son of Trap Shot out of Please Be Discreet by Discreet Cat, bred in Kentucky by Hinkle Farms. Keeneland sales graduate gets the 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 23.59 seconds. Results are official. 10-8-6-4 are the official results for race 7. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Hot Dixie Chick. Katie Shuto of Stone Street makes the presentation to the Connections of Eben. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, the Giants Causeway Stakes. Turf is listed good, temporary rail down today. This starts the late pick 4, scratch the 7, Social Chatter, and also scratch 13, Ambassador Luna. Again, scratch 7, Social Chatter, and scratch 13, Ambassador Luna. A reminder, number 15, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Looking ahead to the 9th race, overweight, number 6, Skate to Heaven, the jockey 1 pound over. That's the 9th race. Number 6, Skate to Heaven, the jockey 1 pound over. No changes in race 10, the grade 1 Jenny Wiley. The 11th and final race, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade. That's the 11th and final race, scratch the 10, Our Nation on Parade.
First stakes race of the afternoon, the Giants Causeway Stakes, $200,000 on the line for these fillies and mares 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs on the good listed turf course. And Stone Street Stables, Wesley Ward looking for stakes wins in consecutive days in these turf sprints. This with their Grade 1 winner, Campanelli, the daughter of Kodiak, who's a 2-time Royal Ascot winner. She broke her maiden on debut at Gulfstream back in 2020, then followed that up with a win in the Queen Mary. And her biggest success to date was the Group 1 Commonwealth Cup at Royal Ascot, where she was placed first via DQ after Dragon Symbol fouled her on multiple occasions late in that race. But if she's ready to go, and based on these Wesley runners here in the last few days, Gabby, that are coming off the layoff, she should be. But if she's ready to go, she is clearly the most accomplished filly in this race.
Yeah, I think class and just speed, ability just go a long way. You don't necessarily have to be the fittest horse in a turf sprint. You just have to be the best and the fastest. And with her last time out, it was heavy ground. I know it was listed as soft, but it was an absolute bog that day. If you go back and watch her last race here at Keeneland, the rain was coming down. You could barely see any horse in the field. And I don't know that it took her a long time to kind of figure out what was going on, to get her feet underneath of her. It took her way too long to get going, and unfortunately she lost that race as the heavy favorite. Completely different conditions today, which I think she'll handle well, and it makes her even more dangerous.
You've got the filly that beat her in the Buffalo Trace Franklin County as your top play, Change of Control. She has won since that race. That was at the end of last year, but her 2 races down at the fairgrounds against Stakes Company, she was chasing LZ, who most of them will be in this race. She's drawn to the outside, but why did you gravitate towards this mare back here at Keeneland?
She loves Keeneland. She's a 2-time winner here. The only other time, she actually finished second too, so finishing in the money 3 times in just 4 starts at Keeneland. And looking at her last race in the Mardi Gras, she had a horrible beginning. She was unprepared. She reared straight up in the air when the gates opened. And in a turf sprint, you can't afford to have any hiccups at any point of the race, but especially the break. You're just at a huge disadvantage if that happens. So I think she'll bounce back in a big way on a turf that's listed as good. We know she likes a turf with a little bit of moisture in it, and she likes it here at Keeneland.
And she's looking to defend her title in the Giants Causeway. LZ, the number 12 horse, she ran in last year's Giants Causeway, caught yielding ground. She wants it as fast as it can possibly be because she is all speed. She's won her last 3 races. She rarely gets broke out of the starting gate. I mean, she's on the front end in that first call in her last 9 starts, and she has hit a good string of races to set up for this stakes race here at Keeneland.
She's very fast. My concern is the post position. If she was drawn post 1 or post 2, somewhere towards the inside, I would say yes, for sure. I'd use her in my top 3. But she's going to have to completely clear the field and probably be asked to clear the field early, which I think puts her at a little bit of a disadvantage.
Ghosting Kim, the number 10 horse, she's 32-1. She'll be my 3rd play. She put together a very good effort at the fairgrounds not long ago, just a few weeks back on the 25th of March. She came from well off the pace. It wasn't the quickest pace. The one worry that I would have with this mare is that she does not get to race on Lasix against Stakes Company, and she didn't race with them 2 starts back. She just wasn't herself in the Wishing Well at Turfway Park. Maybe that's not the case, but that's something that you have to keep in mind when taking a look at Ghosting Kim. But the fact that they come in this direction, I've got to trust Ignacio Correas the 4th in spotting her here with Jimmy Graham.
And then finally, Scott, I did throw in the 11, Going Good in underneath, who did compete against LZ and Change of Control last time out in the Mardi Gras. I think she can round out the mix here at 10-1.
It's a good race coming up. Race number 8. Don't forget this race does start the late pick 4. Many regrouping after that big upset in race number 7. So don't let the late pick 4 get past you. We still have 3 stakes races to come. This Giants Causeway, and then on to the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes, and then right into our featured event, race number 10, the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. Those are the first 3 legs, and then a nice second-level allowance race to close things out, with also a Toyota Super High 5 carryover of over $5,000 coming into today. That's in race number 11. But the Giants Causeway is coming up next, and we are less than 13 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 25th running of the Giants Causeway Stakes. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 7, Social Chatter, and scratch number 13, Ambassador Luna. A reminder, number 15, Phantom Vision, draws into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4, less than 4 minutes to post. And let's meet the starters for the Giants Causeway Race 8. Number 1, Violenza, owned by 6 Collins Stables of Brad Stevens, owned also by Randall Block, John Seiler, and David Hall. Trained by Ian Wilkes, Julian Leperoux is up. 2, Star Divine, owned by Lawrence Goichman, trained by George Abreu. John Velasquez will ride. 3, Campanelli, owned by Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 4, Risky Reward, owned by the Russ Davis Revocable Trust of Russ Davis, trained by Eddie Connealy, jockey Adam Beschitza. 5, Change of Control, owned by Perry Harrison, trained by Michelle Lovell, jockey is Colby Hernandez. 6, Jouster, owned by Starlight Racing of Jack Wolf and others, owned by Glen Hill Farm of Craig Lavin Burnick, trained by Todd Pletcher. Flavian Pratt will ride. 7 to scratch. 8, Hear My Prayer, owned by Holly and David Wilson, trained by Vladimir Seren. Florent Giroux, the jockey. 9, Headline Hunter, owned by Pro Racing Stable LLC of trainer Jose D'Angelo, owned by Al Bianchi Racing LLC of Lucian Bianchi, by Quorms Racing Stable of Lucas Stritzman, by On the Rise Again Stable of Joe Krong, the jockey Umberto Rispoli. 10, Ghosting Kim, owned by Backstretch Farms Incorporated of David Davila, trained by Ignacio Correas, James Graham to ride. 11, Going Good, owned by Klein Racing of Richard Klein, the trainer Brad Cox, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Number 12 is LZ, owned by M Bar O LLC of J.D. Osgood, the trainer Chris Hartman, the jockey Mitchell Merle. 13 is scratched. 14 is AG Indy, owned by St. Elias Stable of Vincent Viola, trained by Todd Pletcher and the jockey Luis Saez. And 15 is Phantom Vision, owned by Albert Frassetto, trained by Mike Maker. Jose Ortiz rides number 15, Phantom Vision, who does draw into the race. Post time in less than 2 minutes.
Stakes action time. We go to the 2-horse Star Divine. Like this filly out there, the way she looked. They paid a lot of money for her. She hasn't been seen in 8 months. She's been very good sprinting. Johnny Velasquez knows this filly. He rode her last time out, and she looked fit and ready to go to me off of the 8-month layoff.
When you get to the category of turf sprinters, you know, sometimes horses are more efficient going 5 furlongs, 5.5 furlongs. Sometimes you even get 6, 6.5. And every single distance between 5 and 6.5 furlongs, I sometimes think are completely different. For her, Scott, I think her sweet spot is 5.5 furlongs. If you look at her past performances, she finds herself here. She looks great in the flesh, and I think one of the contenders that you can use at double-digit odds.
17-1 right now. Let's go to Campanelli. She's the favorite at 7-5. She was ready to go when she got with the pony. She knows it's game time, and she also looks very ready off of a long layoff last seen 6 months ago.
I'm not going to be concerned about fitness with this filly. She probably just if she can work out the right type of trip, especially sprinting on the turf. But, yeah, fitness isn't a concern. She looks bright, happy, fit, everything good.
The 8-horse, don't be surprised if she's the one sitting just off of LZ, if LZ shows the same sort of speed that we expect from her. This is a mare that last time out, she went at 6.5 furlongs, might be pushing it a little bit too far, 6.5 down the hill at Santa Anita as well. but her first race in SoCal was good, and then she had a tough beginning stumbling at Del Mar in the Senator Ken Matty. So she's a contender, especially being in most likely that second or third position early on.
She really stood out to me in the post parade, Scott. She just has a lot of class. Her coat looks phenomenal. She comes into this race looking strong and in great flesh. And I do think that she is so much better going 5 or 5.5 furlong. She's not a 6.5 furlong turf sprinter. So shortening up to a better distance for her.
And then finally, let's talk about Going Good. What stood out to me about this filly, and you're not going to see it in full effect here from this shot, is how dappled out she is.
Yeah, she and Change of Control, I think, were the two most dappled out fillies in the race. But this filly was incredibly strong. I was following her out, and just her hindquarters are so strong, and that's what you need. That's where that power comes from, the engine. And so that's very important in a turf sprint. Going Good, looked good.
We're showing post time, but they are still circling on the first turn. You can see they're moving some of these fillies the opposite way of where the starting gate's at. So they're going to give you some time to get those wagers in and make sure you get involved, because look at that late pick 4 pull, $724,000. Get those plays in. The Giants Causeway Stakes, the first of 3 stakes races here on this Saturday, is up next.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 25th running of the Giants Causeway Stakes, start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. They're off in the Giants Causeway Stakes, and there goes LZ. LZ right out for the lead. Here's Campanelli moving up down to the inside. LZ has the lead clear by a length. AG Indy now goes in the second position. Headline Hunter moves up between horses in third position. And then Star Divine fourth. Campanelli backs away, a lane off the rail in fifth. Phantom Vision to her outside is sixth. Risky Reward between horses seventh. Violenza eighth. Going Good is in ninth. Hear My Prayer is in 10th. Change of Control is 11th onto the far turn. Ghosting Kim is in 12th. Jouster last of 13, 21.99 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. LZ leading Headline Hunter by a length and a half off the far turn. Star Divine looks to the inside. AG Indy and now Campanelli swings out to the center of the course. Star Divine tries to find room. Campanelli is uncorking a rally on the outside. Coming after LZ. There's Star Divine between horses, but Campanelli moves by and has the lead. Late run from Change of Control from far back, but well back of Campanelli and deep stretch Campanelli. Irad Ortiz Jr. in front. Campanelli to win the Giants Causeway Stakes. Star Divine was the cross the line in second. It'll be close for third. Either Going Good or Change of Control for that third spot. 1 minute, 1.98 seconds, a stakes record.
Campanelli just too much class here today. She broke sharp but was patiently ridden under Irad Ortiz Jr. And once he got her out into the clear, it was goodbye.
Yeah, this was a brilliant ride because other closing horses in here had to kind of work out the trip, had to go wide. This filly, she's just sensational. She was much the best today, but also she had a brilliant ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. Back of the winner's circle for trainer Wesley Ward. High hopes for this filly by Kodiak's Future here. We did see the number 2 Star Divine get second, a really good runner-up performance. It's going to be close for third. We'll let the photo decide.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 3, Campanelli, was first. Number 2, Star Divine, was second. Number 11, Goin' Good, was third. Number 5, Change of Control, fourth. 3-2, 11-5, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race are now official. 3-2, 11-5, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, 25th running of the Giants Causeway Stakes, number 3, Campanelli, owned by the Stone Street Stables LLC of Barbara Banke, trained by Wesley Ward, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Campanelli, a 4-year-old filly by Kodiak out of Janina by Namid, bred in Ireland by Tallyho Stud. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 1.98 seconds, a stakes record. In the winner's circle, Congressman Andy Barr presents the Giants Causeway Trophy to the connections of Campanelli.
Campanelli all class today in the Giants Causeway. Wesley Ward, the conditioner. Barbara Banke of Stone Street Stables, winning owner. And Irad Ortiz Jr. for the winning ride. She broke sharp. You took her back. How was that journey for you in Campanelli?
I just followed the instruction. Wesley told me to maybe close to the speed horses in the packet and try to tip them out. And that's what I did. I was available to tip them out in the stretch, and she fly home when I asked him to run. Thanks the owner, Barbara Banke, for letting me the opportunity, and Wesley in this amazing filly.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Wesley, we know how good she is. Group 1 winner at Royal Ascot, Commonwealth Cup, 2-time graded stakes winner at Royal Ascot. But how does she compare now versus the version that we saw from her last year?
Well, I went to put the saddle on her today. First time since last year. She's just gotten big and powerful. You know, she's just really grown into herself. So I was really impressed with that. I told Barbara and Ian that. So it was a big performance today. It was huge, very impressive.
What's the Royal Ascot target for her here in 2022?
We're going to the Jubilee, 6 furlongs, and she's got a big long stride like we've seen today, and I'm really excited about it.
Well done. Keeneland has become the launching pad to Royal Ascot, and this filly, on a day in which we celebrate Stone Street, how special has she been for you, Barbara?
Super special, and I'm looking forward to taking her to Ascot again for her third try over there, and I think she can do it, so it'll be good.
You celebrated the first win at Royal Ascot home. You had to stay home in the midst of the pandemic. Last year, now getting to go back. What has this journey been like with Campanelli and getting you to head back to the Royal meeting?
Well, she is amazing, and last year she did so well, and she won after being pushed way outside. But this year we'll get a straight shot, and she'll just go on and do it, I hope. So.
Enjoyed this one. We look forward to seeing her at Royal Ascot. Campanelli, all class today in the Giants Causeway.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, 40th running of the Stone Street Lexington Grade 3, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick threes. Double wagering also featured here. This race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. A reminder about the overweight, number 6, Skate to Heaven. Jockey 1 pound over. 6, Skate to Heaven. The jockey 1 pound over. Looking ahead to the 10th race, no changes in race 10. In the 11th and final race, a reminder, scratch the 10, Our Nation on Parade. That's the 11th and final race, scratch 10, Our Nation on Parade.
Lady Aurelia down the centre in the white and green colours is going away at the end.
Rachel's Valentina Ratzener and takes the lead.
Race number 9 is the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes. Final opportunity for 3-year-olds in 2022 to pick up key Kentucky Derby points for the Kentucky Derby and the first Saturday in May. And there are a few horses in here that need points. You look at the number 2 horse, In Due Time. He's got 20. He's sitting at number 29 on the list, so he's 9 spots out of the field of 20. Ethereal Road has got 20 points. He's at 26, so he's a few spots out of it. And Tawny Port, the number 9, he's got 40. He's right at 20 as far as the list is concerned. And Tawny Port is currently sitting at odds of 5-1 on the tote board here for the 40th running of the Stone Street Lexington. In due time, not surprising that he's sitting as the favorite right now at 2-1. The son of Not This Time for Edge Racing, Medallion Racing, Parkland Racing has come into this race off of nothing but good racing, bottom line. His first 2 races sprinting, he won on debut in the mud, then 3/4 didn't run bad that day, then came back with a strong effort going a 1-turn mile, and then finished second in his first 2-turn run in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth Stakes. Ended up finishing second behind Simplification, who would end up finishing third in the Grade 1 Florida Derby. So has kept good company, and in due time, I think deserves this type of respect that he is receiving, as he'll be going a mile and a 16th here today. Good inside draw, too, to utilize that to run into the first turn and the short stretch here in the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington.
Scott, yes, I think he's going to love Keeneland, actually, and with the alternate finish line. This horse does have a lot of natural speed. Obviously, there were some hiccups in the Grade 2 Fountain of Youth. It was a very roughly run race, but overall finishing second to Simplification, who went on to prove his class in the Florida Derby. This horse, I'm not surprised that is the favorite right now at 2-1. I think in some ways definitely deserves to be.
Tawny Port, the number 9 horse, the Keeneland grad. He's a son of Pioneer of the Nile. But his best racing has come on the synthetic surfaces at Turfway Park here in Kentucky, up in Florence, Kentucky. His only dirt race was the Grade 2 Risen Star Stakes at Fairgrounds, where that was Epicenter doing what Epicenter does in winning races down there and strutting his stuff out on the front end. So the expectations here for this colt, in my opinion, out of the Brad Cox barn, is that he needs to step his game up on the dirt versus what we've seen from him in the past.
He does, and sometimes we see horses take a liking to Turfway in the synthetic, and they can't necessarily replicate it here at Keeneland. So it is a big question mark, but you're getting a better than as advertised price with him at 5-1. And that one race on the dirt was in the Grade 2 Risen Star. Number 1, he didn't break well. He was shuffled back to last, and then it ultimately turned out to be a merry-go-round race. No horse in there really improved position, including this horse. Epicenter would go on to just go gate to wire, unpressured, uncontested. But now we see what a strong race it was, not only producing Epicenter, but Zandon as well, your bluegrass winner. So Tawny Point is going to be my top selection, and I like the price.
And Major General, the 7-horse colt by Constitution for Sienna Farm and Windstar Farm. There's another Keeneland yearling graduate from the September sale of 2020. $420,000 is what these connections paid for him. Changes being made here. He adds blinkers. And that last race, he had no chance of winning after the start. He stumbled, and it was not a good scenario for him. He was shuffled, he was well back, and Classic Causeway was able to go gate to wire in that race. You've got to give him a pass. And at 5-1, if he bounces back and shows up the way that we expect him to, it's another phenomenal price in this Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington.
I see. You said that the 9 Tawny Port is a horse that has to prove himself. In my opinion, I think Major General is a horse that has to prove himself, because his first 2 races were impressive. And I know he had a legitimate excuse last time out, but I still don't think that he beat many horses in his first 2 races, as you can hear the crowd getting very excited, Scott.
They are pumped up, as are we, for this final Road to the Derby prep race in 2022. The 40th running of the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes is coming up next, and this race does start the final pick 3 of this afternoon.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's ninth race, 40th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes, a grade 3 for 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No scratches, no jockey changes in the ninth. A reminder about the overweight, number 6, Skate to Heaven, the jockey 1 pound over. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. 7 minutes to post. Let's meet the starters for the Stone Street Lexington. Number 1, Midnight Chrome, is owned by Alexandria Stable of Charles Asensio, trained by John Service, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Number 2, In Due Time, owned by Edge Racing of Joe Moran, by Medallion Racing Stable of Philip Shelton. Parkland Thoroughbreds of Steve Weston, trained by Kelly Breen, jockey is Paco Lopez. 3, We All See It, owned by Anderson Stables LLC of Brad Anderson, Homewrecker Racing LLC of Ricky and Ron Rashinsky, trained by Eddie Keneally, Luis Saez the jockey. 4, Ethereal Road, is owned by Julie Gilbert and Aaron Sones, trained by D. Wayne Lucas, the jockey Victor Espinoza. 5, Howling Time, owned by Albaugh Family Stables LLC of Dennis Albaugh, trained by Dale Romans, Joe Talamo the jockey. 6, Skate to Heaven, owned by Cypress Creek Equine of Kevin Moody, owned also by Rick and Clayton Wiest, trained by Robertino Diodoro, the jockey David Cohen. 7, Major General, owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, by Sienna Farm LLC of Anthony Manganero, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Number 8, Strava, owned by Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, Sienna Farm LLC of Anthony Manganero, owned also by Denny Crum, trained by Dallas Stewart, Tyler Gaffalione to ride. 9, Tawny Port, owned by the Peachtree Stable of John Fort, trained by Brad Cox, jockey is Florent Giroux. Number 10, Dash Attack, owned by Catalyst Stable of Rick Greenberg, Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, Kevin Pollard and Petty Slevin, trained by Kenny McPeak, Flavian Pratt to ride. And number 11, Call Me Midnight, owned by Peter Cantrell and Benjamin Gase, trained by Keith DeSormo, the jockey James Graham. Post time in 5 minutes. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the Stone Street Lexington Race 9, Demisio Padron, the groom for number 10, Dash Attack. Demisio, congratulations.
Horses out on the track for race number 9, the grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes. Midnight Chrome is where we begin the conversation. The son of the Kentucky Derby winner California Chrome, being tested again for a second time in his career against Graded Stakes Company.
Yeah, and the last time was in the grade 2 Remsen, and look what it produced. Mo Donegal, who won the Wood Memorial, and also Zandon, who won the grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass right here at Keeneland. And he was in the thick of it early, Scott. He set the tempo, or he at least was forwardly placed, and wound up finishing third at 41-1. He's a very attractive looking horse. I think he's kind of I want to use him as a crazy long shot. 26-1. Horses like this, these crazy long shots show up at Keeneland. I think he's one of those long shots that you could maybe throw into a super here.
Ethereal Road comes back for a second time in a matter of a week. He was very laid back when he came out. He was not at all revved up, and he's continuing to act that way for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas.
He always has been a little bit of a cool customer, so that's kind of his temperament. But I was just speaking to trainer D. Wayne Lucas, and he said he flipped his off palate in the Bluegrass last time out, and he did have a tough trip. That's probably why he did that. Sometimes when horses get a little nervous or in an uncomfortable situation, they have a tendency to do that. So this is a lot for him to overcome today, Ethereal Road, but we'll see if he can do it. He's a horse that should be closing into the pace late.
The number 7 horse, Major General, he looked ready to go. Keyed up off of that bit of a freshening from March to April here, that month off, but there he is, looks gorgeous out there the Keeneland graduate, as he adds blinkers for the first time in his career and continues to be a really nice price of 5-1.
He stumbled out of the gate badly. I won't disagree with that. But he didn't recover at all, Scott. He trailed the field in the Tampa Bay Derby. You almost wonder if something kind of happened to him in that race, but he does come back today with the blinkers on, and I'll agree with you. He's dappled. He looks like a very happy horse. He looks great.
There's Strava, the 8-horse, 7-1, getting some play for Dallas Stewart. Another Keeneland graduate ran into Cyberknife in his most recent race. That was the allowance race on Risen Star weekend. This is Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day.
Think about it. This is a horse that last time out got distance for the first time at 1 mile and a 16th. He broke through the starting gate. He was acting up a little bit. And a lot of the time you see that horses run their race, before they ever step foot into the starting gate. But considering that, and considering that he drew post 10 of 10 and still managed to finish third behind an eventual Arkansas Derby win, that was a big, big race.
And then Call Me Midnight, interesting placement for him, because a horse that benefited from the long stretch at Fairgrounds, coming from way out of it. He's now got a short stretch to play with. So this is going to be a scenario where James Graham, who knows this colt, is going to have to get him going into the turn, I would imagine, will be the plan. So an early move may be necessary, or should be necessary, if Call Me Midnight is able to spring a 9-1, now 8-1 mild upset.
I just think this track, I think his running style is perfect for the Fairgrounds, and I don't know if it is for the main track here at Keeneland. To me, I think he has a lot to overcome and is going to have to pray for a fast pace.
They are getting close to the starting gate here for the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes. Again, final opportunity for these 3-year-olds to pick up Kentucky Derby points. 20 to the winner, 8 for second, 2 to third. Best of luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 40th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes, Grade 3. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off in the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. There goes Strava. There goes We All See It. We All See It to the lead. And here's Major General now moving up from between horses. Tawny Port is up close. Dash Attack is 5 lanes off the rail in 5th, heading into the first turn, but right up there pressing the issue as well. Strava between horses has a head in front. Major General saves the ground to the inside, now takes the lead by a neck. Dash Attack joins them, now 3 wide around the turn. In 3rd, We All See It, tucked away neatly in 4th. In Due Time is 5th. Tawny Port, his 6th up on the outside. Ethereal Road is 7th. 7th. Howling Time is in 8th. Call Me Midnight is 9th up on the outside. Skate to Heaven is in 10th, and a gap of 7 more lengths to Midnight Chrome, who's last. Opening quarter went in 23.85 seconds. Major General the leader. Major General leads it by a half length. Strava second, 3/4 of a length. Dash Attack is third up on the outside at the midpoint of the backstretch. We All See It fourth, and In Due Time Between Horses fifth, 4 lengths off the lead, joined by Tawny Port to the outside after an opening half mile in 48.01 seconds. Over to the far turn now. Major General leading Strava by a neck, gap of 2 lengths. Dash Attack third. We All See It fourth to the inside. Tawny Port is wide in fifth. In Due Time is sixth in between horses. Call Me Midnight has to go wide along with Ethereal Road, who's between horses. That pair sixth from the front, top of the short stretch. Major General leads, Strava in second, Tawny Port third. Ethereal Road goes to the outside in the fourth position. Dash Attack has dropped back into fifth. Tawny Port, Ethereal Road trying to come after Strava, and Major General In Due Time is looking toward the inside. Tawny Port to the lead. Tawny Port with the lead. In deep stretch from Major General. In Due Time looking to the rail. Major General is fighting back, but Tawny Port the leader. Tawny Port, Florent Giroux to win the Stone Street Lexington Stakes. 1 minute, 45.24 seconds.
Tawny Port does it. He comes from off the pace here this afternoon to take the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington Stakes. He now has 60 Kentucky Derby points moving towards the first Saturday in May, so these connections have a big decision ahead of them.
Yes, going into the race, actually, Scott, he was number 19 on the list with 1 defection. So with this, he's definitely in the body of the field. Brad Cox also having Cyberknife, the winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. It's good to be Brad Cox. He's got nice 3-year-old fillies and nice 3-year-old boys.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race: number 9, Tawny Port, was first. Number 7, Major General, was second. Number 2, In Due Time, was third. And number 4, Ethereal Road, was fourth. 9-7-2-4, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official, 9-7-2-4, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's ninth race, 40th running of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes Grade 3, number 9, Tawny Port, owned by the Peachtree Stable of John Fort, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Tawny Port, a 3-year-old son of Pioneer of the Nile out of Livy McKenzie by Macho Uno, the winner bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. The Keeneland sales graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the fast main track in 1 minute 45.24 seconds. On the turf course, Barbara Banke of Stone Street presents the trophy for the Stone Street Lexington to the connections of Tawny Port.
Tawny Port earning more points for the Kentucky Derby by winning the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington for trainer Brad Cox and Florent Giroux. What was the difference today in this dirt race than what we saw from him down at the fairgrounds in the Risen Star?
Very more seasoning, that's it. You just need to race. And actually, when you race the first time at the fairground, it was his first start and only start on the dirt, which I thought, my opinion, and everybody will say the same thing. The Risen Star was definitely the key race of the Kentucky Derby. It looked like every horse who ran in there, they all came back and ran some very strong races. So we are hoping to do the same thing, and he proved that today, and very proud of him and how he handled the dirt. Looks like the distance should be a problem, and I hope, the connection, take a swing at it, because he's a horse who deserves a chance.
Well done, Flo.
Thank you.
Brad, what's your initial reaction? He's got the points, wheeling them back in 3 weeks, first Saturday in May. What would you think about Tawny Port in the Kentucky Derby?
We'll see how he comes out of it. I'd like to congratulate John and Elizabeth for this was John's idea to come back in 2 weeks immediately after the Jeff Ruby. So we need to look at this race. I said, well, I nommed him. And, we watched him, and he seemed to have a great energy level, and his weight's great. He's a good-looking colt, really good-looking. He picked him out, and he's a very good-looking horse. And, he responded today. There's a little bit of a question mark with how well he handled the dirt. He ran well at the fairgrounds. Florent come back and had positive comments after that race. And I thought, right now, maybe we try to go win the Jeff Ruby. That's what we did. He ran a real respectable race. And, we found ourselves nominated to this race, and it worked out today.
Well done, Brad.
Thanks, Scott.
Tawny Port taking the Grade 3 Stone Street Lexington. Will the Derby be next? We'll find out.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th race upcoming. It's the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. The turf is listed good. Temporary rail down today. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 10. Looking ahead to the 11th and final race, a reminder in the 11th race, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade. That's in the 11th race, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade.
Grade 1 feature is next. The Grade 1 Jenny Wiley Stakes, where Chad Brown has the top 2 in the wagering, including this mare, the Keeneland January sales graduate, that in 2021 brought $925,000, acquired by Mr. Peter Brandt, Regal Glory. That's my top selection. Gabby, Chad Brown has won this race 4 times in the past. If he's able to pick up his 5th, he would sit atop that table as far as being the winningest trainer in this prestigious race. And this mare is in good form. She has been really throughout her career. She's a 10-time winner from 17 starts. She won the Grade 1 Matriarch last year at the end of November at Del Mar, and then came back with a strong run down at Gulfstream Park in the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf Invitational Stakes. She can adapt to any scenario, take the lead, sit off the pace. She just knows what her job is, and that's to win races and run big races against top-level company. As she sits at 9-5 right now on the board, we'll see how she fares against this group. As far as the second choice, Gabby's top selection, Shantasara, the number 3 horse. Can't fault the fact that she's the favorite. She comes into this race off of 3 consecutive victories, won the Pucker Up at Arlington, won the Jockey Club Oaks Invitational, and then picked up a Grade 1 right here at Keeneland in the QE2 Challenge Cup. And that was from off the pace, winning by 5 lengths, going 1 mile and 1/8. The question is 1 mile and 1/16 going to make her a little bit vulnerable? She sits at even money right now on the tote board as we move over to the number 6 horse. That is Lady Spitespear. Charles Fipke, Roger Atfield, and Luis Saez looking to complete the Grade 1 double on this weekend after taking yesterday's Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. This is a filly that is so well bred. She's by Speightstown. She's from the first dam, Lady Shakespeare, who won the Grade 3 Bewitch right here at Keeneland Racecourse. In her last 2, she faced a very good filly in Bleecker Street. And I was talking to Roger Atfield earlier this afternoon about this filly. There was a point in time last year where she was here for a graded stakes race, acted up at the gate. They had to scratch her at the gate, but he said she has not done that as of late. They've put the blanket on her, which you'll see them do when they load her up, and that has helped her out and helped her to be calm at the starting gate. And if she's able to maybe break loose away from them, she could be a danger in this Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. And then finally, we'll go to the number 2 horse, Waliak, for Ed Vaughn. This is a mare that comes off of the 6-month layoff. She was last seen in the Grade 1 EP Taylor, and that race, she ran an even event going on slow ground. Perhaps the faster ground will move her forward here today as she makes her Keeneland debut and just her second start in North America, as she was previously in Europe between Great Britain and France. She is currently sitting at 13-1 on the tote board. That is Waliak in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley Stakes. A fantastic renewal here in 2022. Chad Brown with the top 2, Shantasara and Regal Glory. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th race, 34th running of the Jenny Wiley Stakes. Grade 1, fillies and mares 4 and up. A mile and a 16th over the turf listed good. Temporary rail is down today. No changes in race 10. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Post time in about 2 minutes. They parade to the post for the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. Number 1, Scarabea, owned by Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, the trainer Jack Sisterson, the jockey Julian Leperoux. Number 2 is Waliak, owned by Fauzi Abdullah Nass, trained by Ed Vaughn, the jockey Umberto Rispoli. 3, Shantasara, owned by Michael Dubb, Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, and Robert LaPinta, the trainer Chad Brown, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 4, Regal Glory, owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown, jockey Jose Ortiz. 5, Navratilova, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., the trainer Rusty Arnold, the jockey Colby Hernandez. And 6, Lady Spite Spear, owned by Charles Fipke, trained by Roger Atfield, the jockey Luis Saez. Headed to the starting gate shortly for the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley.
There's a look at the 3-horse Shantasara, just a gorgeous filly. Like you said this morning on Today at Keeneland, the last time we saw her here in the QE2 Challenge Cup, she made the same appearance, and she's looking good in her warm-up.
And she's got such an interesting way of going, too. Scott, sometimes we call them a daisy cutter. She really doesn't pick her feet up that high off the ground, but she just has really efficient motion. And when you look at her in real life on track, she just has so much class about her, such a kind, smart eye. I really do think that she's going to do big things this season, and this is just the first start along the way. I like her here, and I don't have any fear that she can't get the distance. Scott, maybe she is a little bit better going farther, but the only time she tried a mile and a 16th was her first start in North America, and she didn't get out of the gate. She's learned things since then.
She's just clicked down to 4-5 as the odds-on favorite. Her stablemate, Regal Glory, now we're talking about a 4-year-old filly versus a 6-year-old mare. She is a big, long mare, this daughter of Animal Kingdom, and I think that she looks gorgeous. The way that she walked out, it kind of reminded me of, I believe it was Rushing Fall in this race. The way that she walked out and surveyed the land, looking out towards the turf course, and she has just got a lot of class to her.
She's done so much for owner Peter Brandt, and they have campaigned her just brilliantly throughout her career as a 6-year-old mare. I just spoke with Jose Ortiz, because if you look at her last 2 races, Scott, going the mile at Del Mar, she was on the lead, and then her last race in the Pegasus World Cup Filly and Mare Turf Invitational, she came from off of it, and Jose said that's just her. She's that classy. He can literally put her anywhere, and she'll just run her eyeballs out each and every time. The two get along very well. I did ask him, though, what is her best distance? He said a mile, so we'll see if she can get it done at a mile and a 16.
Let's go to the 6-horse Lady Spite Spear. She's worn blinkers in all of her races. I'm not sure if folks can make this out, but these aren't the normal type of blinkers that you would associate when you see the equipment blinkers. The cup is a cup on the front, and it's clear. What exactly are we looking at here,
It's
Gabby?
like a shield. I believe she does have like a traditional French cup blinker, but she has the shield in front of her. A lot of the time we see these horses, in front of her eyes, excuse me. We see this a piece of equipment a lot up in Woodbine. And as you can get a closer look, and it just kind of protects the eye from the kickback on the synthetic. I'm thinking she's wearing it today because this is what she's used to wearing.
Correct.
And she can be a little bit of a quirky filly.
Yeah, she's going to be the first one that goes onto the turf course because they do put the blanket on her. So she'll be the first to load in. They'll put that piece of equipment on her, and it's a calming mechanism that, as Mr. Atfield said to me earlier today, really has worked for her. So she'll be the first one to head over to the turf course as they have reached the gate for the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th race, 34th running of the Jenny Wiley Stakes, Grade 1. They are at the post. They're off in the Jenny Wiley Stakes. Awkward beginning for Lady Spite Spear, who broke in the air. Navratilova is away quickly, though. Navratilova instantly opens up by 2.5 lengths coming out of the gate. Here comes Regal Glory now. Starts to move up just to the outside of the early leader, Navratilova. You've got Chanticera, who's there down toward the inside as they move into the first turn. In third position, Waliak is in fourth between horses. Lady Spite Spear recovers from that awkward beginning, is going to be wide at the back of the pack with Scarabea there to her inside. They move around the turn. Navratilova got the opening quarter in 24.41 seconds. Navratilova leading Regal Glory by a length. Chanticera third down toward the inside, third by just a neck. Waliak is fourth on her outside. Scarabea is fifth for the move up the backstretch, and Lady Spite Spear is last, 5 lengths from the lead and placed outward from the rail. Back up front, Navratilova is the leader. Navratilova leads it by a length. The Regal Glory second by a length. Waliak is third, a half length. Chanticera fourth back toward the inside. 48.14 seconds, the time for that first half mile. Chanticera just over 2 lengths off the lead, down toward the rail, into the far turn. Then Scarabea next to last, and Lady Spite Spear trails. Midway on the final turn, Navratilova is still the leader by a length. Regal Glory is second up on the outside. Gap of 2 more. Chanticera third, still hugging the rail with a quarter mile to go. Waliak, Scarabea, Lady Spite Spear is last. Navratilova to catch. Regal Glory comes after her. Chanticera third, swinging toward the outside, moving by the 8th pole. Regal Glory has gotten the jump with a 2-length lead. Chanticera finds herself second. She's shifting lanes to the inside of Regal Glory. Regal Glory in front. Chanticera trying. Regal Glory strong. Regal Glory, Jose Ortiz to win the Jenny Wiley. Chanticera was home second. Lady Spite Spear came from the back to grab third on the line.
A record 5th win in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley for trainer Chad Brown, and it comes with the 6-year-old mare Regal Glory, who would not be denied today in this Grade 1 event.
This mare has been so good to owner Peter Brand and trainer Chad Brown, and she just laid it all on the line here today. A beautiful trip under Jose Ortiz, who knows her well, now picking up multiple Grade 1 wins. This very nice mare by Animal Kingdom getting the victory. It's a Chad Brown exacta with Regal Glory on top, Chanticera in second for the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley.
Photo for show, hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 4, Regal Glory, finished first. Number 3, Shantasara was second. Number 6, Lady Spite Spear third. Number 1, Scarabea fourth. 4-3-6-1 unofficial. Keeneland's 10th race, the 34th running of the Jenny Wiley Grade 1 to number 4, Regal Glory. Owned by Peter Brandt, trained by Chad Brown for his second winner on the card. Jose Ortiz rides his second winner on the program as well. Regal Glory, a 6-year-old mare by Animal Kingdom out of Mary's Follies by More Than Ready. Bred in Kentucky by Paul Pompa. Keeneland sales graduate Regal Glory, now the official winner of race 10, 1 minute 40.97 seconds for the mile and a 16th. 10th race official, 4-3-6-1, the official results. On the turf course, Mayor Linda Gorton makes the trophy presentation for the Jenny Wiley to the connections of Regal Glory.
Regal Glory adding to her Grade 1 resume with the Grade 1 win in the Jenny Wiley. Chad Brown, the winning conditioner, Jose Ortiz guiding her to victory. How easy is this mare to ride?
Well, she's easy to ride. She's a little funny with her mouth, but I just let her be alone and let her be her. I try to put her forward all the time and don't fight her. And I think we got to figure it out now with the help of Chad. He had her in a great form, you know. I think she's the best mare in the division right now, and a trainer like him, we're going to keep winning this one, hopefully.
Why do you think she's so good right now?
I think she's getting older. You know, when you get older and she have a lot of seasoning and she loves this kind of ground. And, you know, Chad done an amazing job. Like I say, been patient with her, and she's a very nice filly, too.
Well done, Jose.
Thank you, Scott.
Chad, you set a record now, 5 wins in the Grade 1 Jenny Wiley. What is it about this race that you're able to reload, even when you have greats that have come through this and win this? How are you able to reload and be so competitive in this division each and every year?
Well, I'm a lucky guy. I have owners like Mr. Brandt and plenty before him that have sent me a lot of nice fillies, and I had a great teacher, as you know. You know, I just read yesterday about I was tied with Bobby's record, and I was thinking of him, walking down here. So I spent a few Jenny Wileys in the paddock with him when I was working for him, and he taught me a lot, as you can see. And luckily, I've had the horses and the team really to work with these horses. I think Jose was being very modest there. She's a tricky horse to ride, and he deserves a lot of credit. He showed her versatility. He's adapted to different situations out of the gate with her. And I especially want to thank Mr. Brandt for not only stepping up and buying her here at Keeneland out of a dispersal for Mr. Pompa, another dear friend and client of ours. It was his call to keep her in training this year. I probably would have bred her. And he says, no, she's in good form. I want to see her run another year. I have a feeling this is her year. And so far, he's right.
She looks like a mare, too, that she does not want to get beat. It looked like Chanticleer is a lovely filly, as we well know, Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland. But there was no way it looked like she was going to allow that to happen. How competitive is this mare?
Well, extremely competitive. She knows where that wire is. And as you pointed out with Chanticleer, who we have a good line on because she's in our barn, of course, I mean, that's a real horse running at her. And for her to hold her off and to show that she can get a mile and a 16th twice now, as an older mare, she's certainly stretching out nicely. And it looks like she can maybe go a little bit further.
Well done, Chad.
Thank you.
5 Grade 1 Jenny Wileys for this man, Chad Brown. This time, Regal Glory.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 11th and final race upcoming. The main track is listed fast. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $5,468. In this 11th race, scratch the 10, Our Nation on Parade. Scratch the 10, Our Nation on Parade.
11th and final here at Keeneland Racecourse. Ducali is where we start. 5-2 on the board right now. Colt by Twirling Candy, who gets back to sprinting. And that's why I like this runner. He comes off of a 4-month layoff. He ran into a stakes winner at Churchill Downs in Cody's Wish. In fact, he's running against some really nice horses, including Baby Yoda and Olympiad. So Ducali on the outside, for Juddmonte Farms. I look for him to bounce back and be ready to roll off the layoff.
It is. I agree with you with him cutting back to 7 furlongs. I think that's okay. But he hasn't raced since November, Scott, and I do wonder, with his running style being forwardly placed, he's just going to have to be ultra fit in order to get the 7/8 first off the layoff. I think he's good at it, but first off the layoff is a tough task, especially with that outside draw.
Highly motivated, the number 4 horse, the son of Into Mischief. He's the 2-1 favorite currently in the wagering. It's been 11 months for this colt. And the last time we saw him was in the Kentucky Derby last year. That was after pushing Essential Quality to the limit in the Toyota Bluegrass. Are you worried about this 11-month layoff for his style?
No, because he's probably going to close from off of the pace. So I don't think he's going to have to be in the thick of it early. I'm excited to see him back. Aren't you? After that throwdown in the Bluegrass last year, that was incredible.
He runs big races here. That and his Nyquist win, that was when we took attention to him and said, all right, this is a serious colt. So hopefully he's able to bounce back here today, highly motivated, again, still 2-1. The price in here that is good is Escape Route, the number 2 horse. 9-2 on the board. He is going to be plenty fit. He comes off of a fast run at Santa Anita in 110 flat. They tried him on the grass. That certainly wasn't his game. He was runner-up at Del Mar to Flightline back in September, when we really found out that Flightline was going to be one of the types of horses that he's turned out to be Grade 1 winner in the Malibu. So Escape Route, Irad in the saddle, his speed, California speed, he just clicked up to 5-1.
It's a good price on a horse who has always really been right there. In terms of the pace, maybe he could be the fastest, and then Ducali is pressing the issue early, maybe even Violent City. But yes, I agree with you, Scott. I think he's a horse that you must use at a decent price here.
Especially if he catches these horses coming into this race off the layoff. That's something to keep in mind when looking at Escape Route. The 11th and final $1 Toyota Super High 5 carryover coming into today, so make sure you play it. Race 11, less than 10 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Wandy's Girl Allowance Optional Claiming Race, for a price of $62,500. 4-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $5,468. Scratch the 10, Our Nation on Parade. Again, scratch number 10, Our Nation on Parade. 5 minutes to post. The winner of the Stone Street Best Turned Out Award for the 11th race, Salvador Albade. The groom for number 3, Awesome Jerry. Presented by Thoroughbred Charities of America, which provides grants to nonprofit organizations that work toward improving the lives of thoroughbred racehorses and the people who care for them. Salvador, congratulations.
Here's a look at the 8-horse warming up. Ducali off the 4-month layoff. Looks fine to me as far as presenting himself from a fitness standpoint, Gabby.
Someone just ran off a little bit from the pony. He was with the pony a minute ago, and I think he ran off with the pony strap. And it might be Soup and Sandwich.
It's the gray,
the 5,
right?
Or, yeah, it is the Soup and Sandwich. All right, we'll try to get a shot of that in a minute. But Ducali, I think, is he just looks great on the track. Good energy, on his toes, handsome-looking individual, looks fit off the layoff, Scott.
I think it was Soup and Sandwich. If we can find the number 5 horse Soup and Sandwich out there, we're going to go first to Highly Motivated. But when we were looking out onto the course, we saw Soup and Sandwich. I mean, he was flying in the warm-up the opposite way. I think he's now with the pony. That's the case.
There we go.
There are 2 ponies with him to help out Johnny Velasquez. So is this a good sign? What do you take away from the way that he's feeling out there and the way he's acting in warm-up?
I really don't know, Scott. I mean, I don't know what happened with him kind of parting ways with the pony and how he got loose with the pony strap. Sometimes it can be the pony's fault. Sometimes it can be the horse's fault. But at least he's back with him now, and maybe he just needed to get a little nervous energy out of him. Who knows?
He's plenty warmed up. There's no question about it. There's the 4 going by as we move on to the number 6 horse, Santa Cruiser for Calumet. This is a gelding by Dialed In for Keith DeSormo. He did run against a nice runner in Tulane Tris down at Fairgrounds at the beginning of February. He, too, was part of that Churchill race where DeCauley was second to Cody's Wish. So he's going to have to move forward. He's going to have to run back to that Churchill race on the 3rd of November. That's the kind of race that he needs, the race that he won and went in a pretty quick time.
Yeah, but I don't know if he has as much natural speed as some of the other front-running types in here. He did win that race on the lead. I don't know if he finds himself in that position today.
There's the 2 Escape Route coming in from Southern California for Edge Racing. We'll see the kind of speed that he possesses here today. Can't sleep on California speed. Say it all the time. He's 9-2 on the board. Less than 2 minutes to post. This is the 11th and final on this Saturday. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 11th and final race, the Wandy's Girl. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Escape Route from the inside, out for the early lead. Violent City has some early speed as well. Soup and Sandwich up close to Collie, comes away running in fourth. Escape Route up the inside takes the lead by just ahead. Soup and Sandwich between horses. Violent City on the far outside. Top three separated by just ahead. Then a gap of 3 lengths to Collie. Travels in fourth. Chocolate Bar fifth. Payne is in sixth position. Awesome Jerry is in seventh as they head for the far turn. Soaring Bird is eighth. Highly Motivated is in ninth. Nearly a dozen lengths off the lead at the entry to the turn. And Santa Cruiser is last of the 10. 22.27 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Escape Route and Violent City, and Soup and Sandwich in between that pair. Those three continue to go at it for the lead, separated by a neck now. Gap of 2 lengths. Chocolate Bar tries to pick them up. Ducali tries to move into contention, still fifth in behind Horses. Then Awesome Jerry is next. Highly Motivated is still next to last with a quarter mile to go. They turn for home. Here comes Chocolate Bar chasing Soup and Sandwich. Escape Route. Violent City is there. Ducali needs room. Santa Cruiser, and now Awesome Jerry. Awesome Jerry moving up on the outside. Awesome Jerry is coming fast to tackle the leaders. Awesome Jerry past the 16th pole, takes the lead in deep stretch. Awesome Jerry, Gerardo Corrales rally up to win it. Escape Route was second, Soup and Sandwich third.
A 20-1 exclamation point to round out the week here at Keeneland Racecourse. Awesome Jerry, the son of Liam's Map, coming out of the Prevalence race. Chocolate Bar, Soup and Sandwich, all part of that race, but today he bests them out in the clear. That was the key to this victory.
And when you see all of the horses that are closing from off of the pace, he really did have the perfect trip, kind of in between horses, and a well-timed move under Gerardo Corrales. Getting the victory, bombs away at 20-1 for the weekend nightcap.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 11th race: number 3, Awesome Jerry, first. The 2, Escape Route, was second. Number 5, Soup and Sandwich, third. Number 4, Highly Motivated, was fourth. And number 1, Pain, was fifth. 3, 2, 5, 4, 1, unofficial. The unofficial winner of race 11, number 3, Awesome Jerry, owned by John Finelli, LC Racing LLC of Glenn Bennett, owned also by Paul Braverman and Timothy Pinch. Saffy Joseph Jr., the trainer, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. Awesome Jerry, 4-year-old son of Liam's Map out of Star of Munster by Tribal Rule. Winner bred in Kentucky by John Liviakis. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.09 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Wandy's Girl Trophy presentation for Race 11, presented by Leslie Kibler, Thoroughbred Charities of America, to the connections of Awesome Jerry. Results of Keeneland's 11th race official, 3-2-5-4-1, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. And the Super High 5, the Toyota Super High 5, will have a carryover heading into the card on Wednesday, when live racing resumes, of just over $38,000. We thank you for being with us. Race 11 does conclude live racing for the day. A reminder that the sports bar, second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting until approximately 30 minutes after this final race, which was just contested. So you may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Stone Street, thank you and good evening.